check that everything fine. Everything works fine. Let's see if I can hear myself. Everything's so the topic for today is Chinese art and history. First, I will be talking about mythology in this introduction. I already prepared the introduction. It doesn't have much mythology, so that will be pretty quick. I started very early. It is so early that this is hitting my face. Okay. Well, I'm going to start now. China is the main, and by the way, just as curiosity, in English you say China, but in Spanish you say China, and it seems that well, pronunciations are not like correct or incorrect as long as you get understood. But I still feel a bit weird saying China when China has been how I have said it for all my life. And also, if China comes from the Qin dynasty, it makes kind of sense that it is China instead China. So, um, because I talk English every day, probably I will be saying China, but I'm more used to say China. But anyway, just a curiosity, an introduction, a curiosity for the China is the main cultural center of Asia, centered near the rivers Huanghe and Yangtze Kiang. With the introduction of Buddhism, Indian art influenced them, but soon they would transform it to their culture. They evaluated the calligraphic, ceramics, silk, and porcelain as literature, architecture, sculpture, and painting. Confucianism and Taoism are the main philosophical movements. I want to say something regarding this introduction so you can have a better context of the whole Chinese culture that I just realized when reading all these texts and philosophy and reading about history, and after reading so much about India in the past weeks. And mm, China or Chinese civilization wouldn't be like this without India. Because as it says here, with the introduction of Buddhism, Indian art influenced them. But it is not only Buddhism; it is Indian culture in general. Because at the beginning, without India, at least in my opinion, I think Chinese will be just like emperor stuff. Let's call it like that. Think about it like the Roman Empire. In Europe, the Romans conquered the Greeks, stole their culture, adapted their gods and customs and such, but this doesn't mean that the Romans are copy paste of the Greeks. They obviously they developed their things. They are original in many things. So in Asia, something similar happens between China and India, but this time not by conquer, like the Chinese don't conquer India, but India export the culture to the Chinese, and then the Chinese transform it, and then they become to be original. So then you might ask, if India is in the roots of Chinese culture, then why is Chinese culture the one who expanded? So the answer is the same as the Romans, because the Romans adopted the culture of the Greeks and then became an empire, and as empire they expanded their culture in the Romanization, let's say like that. So what happens with Chinese civilization? That China is a very big country, like they have a lot of lands, and they also have many countries close to them. Japan sent people to China to get influence and such. Here it is Korea. So Korea also was conquered by China in some point, so they also have the influence. Just think that Japan is here, so this is Korea, this is Japan, this is Taiwan. No, this is Taiwan. And here Tibet and India is very close. So and here more other um, southeastern countries. So that, by the way, at the end of this presentation, I will talk a bit about other countries in the southeast of Asia. But what I mean is that the reason why to the in the modern world we see that China is the great big center of Asian culture. It is because China became an empire, a very powerful empire that in fact lasted until the 20th century. It lasted much longer than the Roman Empire. So uh, think this comparison between the Chinese Empire and the Roman Empire, because I think they are very similar, and this is the reason why nowadays we see the Chinese culture as the main center of the Asian cultures, just the same as in the West we see Roman Empire as the main center. I hope you understand this explanation as introduction to this topic. So well, here is the map of China. Obviously, in the past, it wasn't as big. The past, it was mostly this. Also, you can deduce it because there are so many small provinces in here. Obviously, in the past had other names. But you see, just imagine that China is only this. Remove this and remove this. This were later conquest, and Korea was also conquered, at least part of I don't remember if it was full Korea or half of Korea, but part of Korea was also conquered by China. They tried to conquer Japan, but they couldn't. So here you go. Just remember there are two main cities that we are going to see in this presentation. There are Chang'an, that lasts from all the dynasties until the Yuan dynasty, and then the capital city will be translated in to Kambalik, that later will become Beijing. Chang'an, let me see in the map because here it doesn't appear. Chang'an should be around here. It doesn't appear here, but if I'm correct, it should be around here. And then Beijing is here. So you see, it is all in this part. This is like the heart of China. If China is all of this is like the heart where everything started. Introduction. Confucius, founder of Confucianism that lived in the Zhou dynasty. He tried to configure moral laws. He was more important in the north of China. The Analects is a collection of conversation with his disciples. He says that Ren is the human virtue based in benevolence, loyalty, respect, and reciprocity. Okay, I'll be talking a bit about this now. Don't worry for now about the dynasties because later when they are, I will see one by one. But so about Confucianism, Confucius or Confuce was a philosopher, and his texts are basically rules of behavior, like how you must behave according to your age, how you must behave to your parents, how you must behave to the ruler, for the funerary rites, and these kind of things. In my opinion, it is very outdated. It has very interesting things, some things that you could apply even to present day, but I think most of the things are very traditional. updated just for this point. I can just say a few. Let me check my notes, but um, I can say some, and because I wrote a few that are very illustrative of the philosophy of Confucius. I remember them, but I want to check them. Okay, what can I say about Confucius? He says, this is just a few notes of the things that catches my attention the most, but there are many, many more examples. If you read the Analects, you see here the Analects of Confucius, you can see, and there is also another book that is called uh, the the book called the Li Jing and also the Chuang Tzu. I just put here Li Jing and the Chuang Tzu. The Li Jing is a collection of texts that describe the social forms, administration, and other ceremonial rites from the Zhou dynasty. This is related with Confucius, the Li Jing. And then the Chuang Tzu is an ancient Chinese text that contains stories and anecdotes that illustrate the nature, the, the nature, the nature. I'm not sure how to say in English, like the careless nature of the Taoist sage. It is not exactly that one is for Taoists, but you will see also that they are not exactly very similar, but they have many things in common. Anyway, I was talking about Confucius. So some things that Confucius say. How can we serve spiritual beings when we cannot serve humans? Confucius doesn't question supernatural things. He's very pragmatic. He is talking all the time about behavior rules related with society. And Confucianism becomes the religion of the state, and it is very obvious because religious in general has been used as a way to maintain and legitimate the power. So it is not a surprise that a philosophy that talks about the good behavior to the ruler, good behavior to the family, and these kind of things can be used to legitimate the power. Education, ethics, politic, philosophy. The best way to describe Confucius is politic philosophy. In the text, you see rules of behavior like to families, rulers, old people, funerary rites. For example, it is said that you must, and when you are born, you must take care of your father, feed your father, always cover your father if he does something bad. And when your father dies, you must do funerary rites for 3 years. It's like very traditional. Something interesting that I read he was like, I try to meditate for 1 day and not to meditate by not eating 1 day and not sleeping for 1 night. It was a waste of time. It is better to study. I like it that one. He also complained that in the past people studied for learning. Now people study to impress others. I think this applies to the present times also. And a very harsh thing that he said: if you don't triumph, it's because you don't deserve it. If you don't work for the government, if you are not an official, it's not it might be because you don't deserve it. If you are not famous, maybe you don't have anything to show, anything that that deserve to be recognized. And now the most known sentence: don't do to others what you don't want others do to you. This is introduction for Confucius. Next one, Lao Tse or Lao Tzu, founder of Taoism, although his existence is in doubt. He wrote the Tao Te Ching, essential text of Taoism. It pursues the integration of humans with nature, connecting by respecting the yin and yang. The pakwa is the symbol composed by 8 trigrams ordered by a determined way over the center, the yin yang. The 8 trigrams are the elements of nature: sky, earth, thunder, water, mountain, wind, fire, and lake. There are 2 pakwa, the primitive and the late one. Okay, very simple way to understand Taoism. It is a copy paste of Brahmanism. If you um, if you listen at my previous class for Indian art, Brahman is like the soul of the universe, like the incorporeal being that is everywhere, that it don't exist, but also it doesn't exist. It's I think the explanation of soul of the universe is the best explanation. So the Tao is something very similar. When reading the Tao Te Ching and other Taoist texts, if you have read also about Brahman, you will see that it's almost a copy paste. It's sorry to say it like that, but it is my feelings about it. Um, I don't really have much to say about it. It's the yin and yang is like the equilibrium, the balance. Uh, Not much more to say, honestly. Some curiosity that I wrote that for me was interesting. He say the one who triumph in war must follow a funerary rite because war is death. The more limitations, laws, weapons, and more, the worse. So this one also obviously wants peace and these kind of things, but just think that just remember that the Tao is like Brahman. If you understand Brahman, you can understand Tao very easily. And I just noticed that I should be correct in the format, find the points. Okay, you know. Buddhism. In the past class with India, I already talked about Buddhism a lot, so now I'm not going to extend too much about with Buddhism. Buddhism introduced at around 1st century by the Silk Road. The beginning it was the Theravada Buddhism, that is the most traditional way of Buddhism, no representations of Buddha, but later it became Mahayana Buddhism with representation of Buddha. Mahayana, very quick to remind the difference. Theravada Buddhism wants and aims for the person to reach nirvana and break the cycle of reincarnation. But the Mahayana says this is very egoistic, and the person who reach the person should not completely reach nirvana or should reach nirvana, but don't break the cycle of reincarnation, because when you reach nirvana you should stay in the world more time to help others to reach nirvana. So it's like the Theravada is you reach nirvana, you break the cycle, and you are fine. But in Mahayana is you reach nirvana, but please stay, be a good person, and help others to reach nirvana. So it is more how to say popular way of Buddhism. In the 8th century, Buddhism with the and Taoist mixes. Buddhist and Taoist mix, creating the Zen Buddhism. In images, Bodhidharma, founder of Zen Buddhism, Japanese psilography, and statue of Shaolin Monastery in Henan, China. Well, I'm going to because Bodhidharma I didn't include it here. Founder of Zen Buddhism, Japanese psilography, and statue of Shaolin Monastery in Henan, China. So here are some pictures: Kung Fu Tse, Lao Tse, and the statue of Shaolin. I'm going to show the picture of the Bodhidharma. I didn't include it in this PDF. I will do when Japanese probably. Moment, I'll find it. Bodhidharma. is this one. More things. Architecture is characterized by its distribution of space. This is the Feng Shui, a Taoist system of aesthetic to help to improve life. Now, points to improve life. Sculpture began with stone representing animals that represented the power of the person. It also had a religious purpose for Buddhism and also funerary. Painting, poetry, and calligraphy are united with the brush. Other precious materials in Chinese art are bronze, jade, silk, ceramics, and of course, porcelain. Is calligraphy. And now, starting with mythology. There's not much to say about mythology anyway, but myth of creation. At the beginning, there was a cosmic egg that later will be Earth. It is told that Pangu is born from this egg and he was scared by the fact that Earth and sky could merge. And this is why that over 80,000 years he was trying to separate them. At the end he did, and after that he slept and died. From his corpse the elements of the world came out, and the fleas were the humans. Other tale says that it was Nuwa. I think Nuwa means Nuwa, like Nu Wa. But I'm going to let Nuwa because it's just another way to do this. Who created humans using clay from the shore of a river. With time, these two myths merged, and both gods were brothers. There are different versions, as in everything. Pangu, Nuwa, these are about creatures. I'm going here the left the emperor. Okay. Uh, I let it like this for now. But I will talk more about it. So there you have and stay with Pangu. No, with Nuwa, I will talk more later. For now, Pangu. Creatures: the Feng Huang, the Chinese phoenix representing Jin. Dragons, legendary animal with parts of 9 different animals. It is the personification of Yang. Jin is like the feminine nature, and the Yang is the masculine nature. There are 9 dragons, and these are Tianlong, Shenlong, Fukanlong, Dilong, Jinglong, Jiaolong, Panglong, Wanglong, and King Dragon. Bai Hu is the white tiger, and Nian, the beast that comes out from the sea to hunt people, especially children, in Chinese New Year. Obviously, there are more creatures, but there is a Chinese dragon. Chinese New Year, the main festivity in China, celebrated around the beginning of February. Chinese art origins. Okay, here starting now with art. Neolithic cultures. This culture worked with pottery and jade, and lately bronze. They are the base of artistic symbolism. Jiangzhou, the oldest form of art from 6000 BCE. They made ceramics that weren't weren't painted at the beginning. The first decoration were pieces of human faces that evolved to geometric decoration. They were used for food offerings and cults of the ancestor. There are various kinds of vessel, as the leaf vessel to cook meat and cereal, think vase to cook meats on fire, xian vessel for water and food, jia vessel, and this vessel also, jia vessel to drink wine, and jiao vessel cauldron for wine. I just put now pictures of this. I will be talking about mythology soon again. Just I think this time I'm going to intercalate the mythology because you will see later when I talk about um the mythical emperors. And I think I should add something about Jan. I'm going to add this one picture related to yin and yang. This is the Bagua earlier. Bagua or Bagua one. This Ba. Okay, and I was going to add something from Yang Sao. Here I have the yeah, pictures, Confucius, the Aqua. This is the Feng Shui, calligraphy. These are materials. This Jade, Jade. I'm going to use the pronunciation to see how to pronounce
Jade.
Jade. Okay. Uh, Porcelain. Oh, this dragon. Oh, dragon. Very similar to one. I hope you finally there's a lot of likes, so probably yes. Like this, it is very similar, just or very similar or pretty much the same, except that the one in the picture has face, but it's the same. Even this, the same as in the picture. I'm going to let don't have more face. Dragon, the white tiger, the Demian, Chinese New Year. Okay, these are different shapes for from the dynasty. You see here the Han, here from Tang, West Jin, Liti, Kui, Sung, Kui, Jiangshao. So, yeah, I'm going these two. This is a new mouse. In that one. Oh, um, found some multiple artifacts. The most known is the Sulong, the dragon pig. Dragon pig is this uh, embryo of dragons. I think this is the embryo of dragon. So this one is going. Uh, the I think the other I Kong artifact. Longshan. This culture is mostly known by its black ceramics. Black ceramics, like ones. I have this PDF totally prepared. Same, same page. Longshan, so I'm going to add this. Also, but okay. It is Longshan ceramics. Liangsu. This sculpture worked jade. Among the pieces, there are the Kong cylinders, B disc, jewel axes, pendants, and decoration. Jewel points. Okay. Liangsu, the composite BD. So I have starting with this. Uh, Liangsu artifact. Okay. Xia. Dynasties. The first dynasties began in Bronze Age that goes blah blah. Xia, the legendary period of the three sovereigns and the five emperors. It is also like the three Augustus. The five emperors is before, usually being then Fuxi, Zenon, and Gonghong, or Nuwa. I'm going to and Nuwa or Gonggong as the sovereigns, and Xuanzu, Diko, Tang Xiao, Yusung, and the Yellow Emperor as the emperor. Uh, Here I talk more. It is said that Yu the Great was the grandchild of Xuanzhu, and that when he reached the throne, the Xia dynasty begins. Following the previous tale, this dynasty is associated with the culture of early Tao. These people made funerary rituals. Okay, let's talk about this character. Uh, for this, I'm going to use Age of because the pictures are very nice. They are- and here you see this is Fuxi, this is Nuwa, this is Xenon. I'm going to check gods one by one so I can talk already about the gods. God. So here you see, for example, Fuxi. It's the god that teaches agriculture. What? Let's see here. Fuxi is the husband and brother of Nuwa and son of Waksu, a primordial being created by the death of Pangu. Remember, Pangu is the giant that in fact here appears as a titan. This is how he appears in the game. It's a titan, very big. He taught mankind how to live on earth, how to fish, hunt, and cook. He laid down mankind's law and instituted marriage between man and woman. In the early days of mankind, humans were in a state of chaos after their creation. They did not know how to clean their food. They ate hair, bone, and blood, and threw away leftovers without a mind for the future. They looked up to heaven, and Fuxi took pity on them. He came down and gave them laws and civilization, and elevated them above the beasts. There you have Fuxi. Then other very important goddess. This one a goddess, Nuwa. Nuwa is the sister and wife of Puxi and daughter of Wasu, a primordial being created by the death of Pangu. In the early days of creation, she fashioned the upper classes of mankind from the mud of the Yellow River, then dipped her veil in the water and whirled it around her head, scattering the droplets. Each drop became a member of the peasantry, and thus was mankind born. So she is like the creator of, of humanity. This is better. So you see that it's like a person, but it has also body of snake or serpent. Other main god, Zenon. Let's see, who is Zenon? He's a benevolent god who came down with Puxi to civilize mankind. He is responsible for teaching humans about agriculture, medicine, acupuncture, and the stars and calendar. He is described as having the head of an ox with a bronze forehead and an iron skull, and is known as the god of the burning wine. I'm going to see if I can find better pictures. One. Here you have Puxi, and let's see Nuwa. You see, for example, this one, body of snake. This picture is very nice. Okay, let's see more interesting gods. 1D. This is the Yellow Emperor. 1D, also known as the Yellow Emperor, is a legendary Chinese ruler who was among the three sovereigns and five emperors. Remember the legendary period of three sovereigns and five emperors. Fuxi, Zheno, and Nuwa Gongong, and the sovereign Xuanzu, Diku, Tangqiao, Yusun, and the Yellow Emperor. This is 1D, Yellow Emperor. Credited with numerous inventions and innovations, Wang Di is the mythological ancestor of the Chinese people. His reign is not only believed to have introduced items like the wheel, coined money, medicine, or weapons, but also to have refined the culture and taught its people many useful skills. This is like the father of the civilization. Well, but let's see this. I didn't know this. When these appearances is often met with citizens by the community, especially due to the importance of the figure in contemporary China, as well as continued relevance in modern Taoism. Claims have been made that his portrait resembles an offensive caricature of China. Furthermore, the story section erroneously conflated the Jade Emperor and the Yellow Emperor in its original description, provided below. This was correct in a later patch. And this no binary antecedent you can see the Yellow Emperor and the Jade. Yes, no, don't confuse this because the Yellow Emperor and the Jade Emperor are different people. But then sure, let's read this because maybe this also talks about the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor, he's the Lord of Deity and Guardian of Heaven. The Jade Emperor is like the celestial emperor who is in the heaven. Sorry for the light, but the sun is coming directly to my face. He began as an apprentice of Tiansun. The origin Tian is the it can mean the heaven itself or the king of heaven, the god of heaven. So the Jade Emperor, I suppose this is our Jade Emperor, he began as an apprentice to Yuanzi Tianzong, the original and primordial god of heaven, who at the beginning of each age gives his students the scripture of the magic jewel and instructs them in Taoism from his home on Mount Kunlun. Mount Kunlun is a very important mountain. It will appear later. Let's for now just remember. Huang Di left, seeking isolation to cultivate his Tao and overcome 3,200 trials over the course of 200 million years. When he returned, a powerful demon who had overcome 3,000 trials on his own was on the cusp of victory over all the other gods in heaven, and Huang Di alone was powerful enough to finally Huang Di, or the Jade Emperor, was powerful enough to finally defeat him. For this great victory, he was given his many titles and proclaimed supreme ruler of heaven. Remember, Yellow Emperor and Jade Emperor are not the same. So this I talked is about the Jade Emperor. 1B. This is Yellow Emperor, okay? The Jade Emperor is a celestial emperor. It's a different deity. And now I just want to mention this game, Jade Empire game. If you have the chance to play this game, I recommend it. I will play again these days if I have time. I don't have time, but I played this game and it's wonderful. The story is fantastic. It is not open world, but it is very good. I recommend it very much. It's the landscape is very beautiful. I will play it again someday. It is, you see, it's for Xbox, but it is also in PC. So if you have the chance to play this, play it. You won't regret. One of the best games I played. Like I will compare with Prince of Persia, and it's very nice. Okay, another one. Sun Wukong. I will talk more about Sun Wukong later, but just an introduction. Sun Wukong is awesome character. Sun Wukong is the favorite Monkey King, made most famous for his role in Journey to the West, where he makes friends and foes among all the gods of China in his many adventures. One time, Sun Wukong visited Ao Huang. Ao Huang is a dragon king of the Eastern Sea. The Monkey King sought to find a weapon that he could wield from among the great dragon's many treasure. To Ao Huang's frustration, the Monkey King broke any weapon the dragon gave to him. Finally, Sun Wukong reached Rujingubong, the pillar once used by Yu the Great to measure the seas, and which now held in their place and which controlled the ocean tides. Ao Huang thought it would be too heavy for him to lift, but the rod obediently changed its size and leapt into his hand, plunging the oceans into chaos. Fearful of Sun Wukong's power, the Dragon King gave him many more magical items from his treasure to placate him. It is this bar. Just remember for you to understand parallelisms, this has played a Journey to the West when I talk later about it. is like the Asian Odyssey. It has influence in many modern works. If you see, almost any anime has the same structure as Journey to the West, you will notice, and especially Sun Wukong is the inspiration for Son Goku. Um, I'm going to take picture. Son Goku, but a child, and it's possible with the cloud. Okay, take this picture, and then take this picture. So you see Sun Wukong, Son Goku, almost very similar name. This is monkey and this is human, but it has the tail of monkey and can transform into big monkey. Then Sun Wukong, his weapon is like a stick. In the book, is like an iron stick, iron bar. I read the book in Spanish, so I don't know exact translation in English, but it's made of iron and the borders are golden. But has Goku has also a stick, and it is magical. He can Sun Wukong can make this stick to be bigger or to be wider. He can change, and he can also transform it into very small, because many times he don't carry the stick like this. He transform it into so small that it's like how to say aguja, like is like seaweed needle. I hope you understand like that. And then he puts it inside his ear, so he can control the size of this stick. And in Dragon Ball, it is the same. Goku can make the stick to be longer or shorter if he wants. And also in Journey to the West, the people, well, Sun Wukong can fly, just the same as in Dragon Ball, but there are many deities that go flying in a cloud. It is the same as this. So as you can see, Dragon Ball is very inspired in Journey to the West. So if you can read Journey to the West, you will understand that it is uh, the root of Asian stories, just the same as for the West, it is the Odyssey. I think the two obligated books to read to understand modern literature are the Odyssey and Journey to the West. I'm completely sure. I will talk more about Journey to the West a bit later. For now, I want to continue with the gods. So here you have Sun Wukong. Now more stories. I say I talk about Journey to the West later because it has more characters, so I let it for later. And also I'm going to control the time. Okay, almost 1 hour. It's fine. Chang'e, a very important goddess. This goddess has different stories. Chang'e, one of my favorite goddesses. Also, very beautiful pictures. Chang'e. Let's see the description. Chang'e is the beautiful goddess of the moon and wife of the famous archer Ouji. In ancient times, there were 10 great sunbears above the earth, each a child of sanctity, and they would each take turns traveling across the sky at the sun. However, one day they all decided to ascend at once, and they scorched the earth with their heat and brightness. Sanctity summoned the god Ouji to scare them away and save the world below, but they were troublesome and would not be quelled. So Hoji shot them down one by one until only one son remained. Sandy was furious with the archer for killing his children and banished he and his wife Chang'e to live on earth as mortals. Hoji sought the aid of Siwan Mu on Mount Kunlun, again Mount Kunlun, to restore them, and the goddess took pity of him. He had a single vial of the elixir of life, and she gave it to him, saying that if you drink half of the vial, you will gain eternal life. If you drink all of it, you will ascend to the heavens as an immortal god. Hoyi took the vial home, intending to drink half and leave the other half for Chang'e, so that they might both live eternally on earth. But Chang'e found the vial while he was out hunting one day and drank all of it, curious about what it was. She immediately became weightless and ascended up toward heaven, returned to her godlike state, and Houji was too late to catch her. She flew to the moon, still banished from heaven, and lives there still with great money, white and jade rabbits as her servants. Houji was murdered by his apprentice Feng Meng, who was jealous of the mastery of the bow, which he could not achieve, and the spirit of Houji ascended to the sun and built a palace there. Now he and Chang'e share the sky, and like yin and yang, they balance the world through the moon occasionally sojourns into the daylight sky to be with her husband for a time. One version of the story, there are other versions. So this one version, they lose the immortality. Chang'e drinks this vial because the curiosity, and when she ascends in the moon, it is said that the rabbit happens with the Yavi is it is a jade rabbit that prepares elixirs of life. So this is why she is with the bear. And other inhabitant of the moon is the woodsman called Bugang, that was punished for offending the gods. He is condemned to cut the tree of life that regenerates itself, so he can't leave the moon. This is the version of Jade. And then there is another version that is more cruel and disgusting. Let's say like that. This is the version of the sky. Chang'e was a very beautiful girl that worked in the palace of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor of the sky. You know, the Jade Emperor is the god in the sky, the celestial emperor, where they were immortal. So Chang'e at this point was immortal. One day she broke accidentally a vessel, and the emperor condemned her to live in earth. She could only return to heaven if she realized a good contribution to earth. Chang'e transformed into a member of a rich family of farmers. Houji was a hunter of one of the nearby towns, and they were friends. Then 10 sons appear. Houji kills 9. He becomes a hero. He is proclaimed a king, and he marries with Chang'e. With the passing of time, he became egoist and ambitious, and he searched for immortality, ordering to create an elixir, a kind of pill or vial. Chang'e, and again, Chang'e eat it completely and start floating. Houji tries to kill her, but she runs away and flew until the moon. This is the second version. I like more the Jade version, but these are versions. So you see, Chang'e, I really like. I like this goddess very much, very beautiful. Okay, more things. Dabogong. Dabogong is also known as Tudigong and is the god of soil and land. He is traditionally venerated as part of burial rituals, and his reputation for granting blessings has earned him the formal name of Pudegong, the Lord of Blessing and Virtue. It was once thought to the other gods as Dabogong was too free with his gifts and blessings upon the mortals, and they complained to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor decided that the best solution would be to give him a wife who could look over his shoulder and make sure that he was dispersing gifts judiciously. So he found a girl who has been wrongfully accused of a crime and took her to heaven to become Tudipo, the wife of Dabogong, who carefully restrains him from being too generous with his blessings. So this is the god of abundance. God of abundance, the soil and earth. And he presides funerary rituals. Here, for example, a creature that picks you. It's bearing a strong resemblance to a winged lion, but the head of a single antlered dragon. Pixiu is a powerful mythical creature that warns off evil spirits and possesses an insatiable hunger for gold and silver. The last attribute led many to believe that the creature is able to attract wealth from all directions. In some literal depictions see the creature bring gold in its mouth. Despite the association with fortune, Pixiu is also a very fierce creature with sharp fangs and a ferocious spirit in battle. Here you say how. There was another creature, another interesting creature. There was another that is the no, what was the this one, the killing. Believed to be a good omen, no. Killing is a mythical creature from the Far East resembling a hooved dragon with antlers and sometimes fire, which covers parts of its body. Despite its formidable appearance, Chilling was considered a peaceful creature. It will appear to wise rulers and bestow luck and prosperity, and it will only reveal its ferocious side if a pure cause was threatened. Various depictions and stories include Chilling bleeding on clothes so as to harm not a single blade of grass or a living creature. Okay, more gods. Hebo. I'm letting some quick for it. Hebo is the god of the Yellow River. Hebo, also known as Bingi, is god of the Great Yellow River. He is described in his true form as a fish with the head of a man, but he can transform into other creatures. He often rides around in a chariot pulled by dragons. One day, Hebo decided to transform into a great white dragon and run around the earth for a day. However, midway through his travels, he came upon Houji the archer Houji remembered in the story of Chang'e, who shot him in the eye. Hebo complained to Shang-Di and cried for vengeance, but the god would hear none of it. If you had been carrying out your godly duties, how would you have been shot? If you were running around like a beast, then Hoji acted properly, shooting at you. Well, Hebo also helped Ju, the great Ju, he provided a map of the country with the rivers to Ju to control the floods. You remember the great Ju the Great. Ju the Great is this fierce emperor from Xia dynasty that controls the, the floods. In fact, there is a video. I'm not going to put the full video, but you astrology. You the engineer.
Hey there, I'm Mike Rignetta, and this is Crash Course Mythology. Today, we're going to continue to inundate you with Greek goddess of hunger. I wonder if there's a Greek dedication you future upon a number of mythical helpers. His main solution to the flooding was to redirect the floodwaters with the habit of turning perfectly good land into unclean chest, white head, yellow eyes, and white paws. Oh, and also flood stories. Favorite because you, spoiler alert, changes into a bear. Let's go to the thought bubble. Yu is starting to excavate a mountain in order to channel the floodwaters into the sea. Before he leaves for work, he tells while she is standing there in this space, man, lightly adding up. It's unfair teacher conference involving the great event the emperor survives, so does Yu.
Yes, just you the engineer, so that you can remember it. More things. Tonqui. This one is very interesting. Qui. Tonqui. This one is very interesting. Tonqui is not so much a god as ghost. However, he has been charged with the rule and control of all the ghosts in hell. Hell is also called Diju, if I remember correctly. I'm going to was Dijo. Dijo is the Chinese underworld, based in the Buddhist Naraka. The guards of the underworld are Oxhead and Horseface. Just something to have into account. So Song Kui is rule and control of all the ghosts in hell or Dijo and wields considerable power. What is his story? Song Kui was once mortal and very ugly. Though he achieved top score in the imperial examination, this is something very tied to Chinese in history. I think from the Tang Dynasty, like they started creating these imperial examinations to that they still exist nowadays, and I think in all the world, like to access to government position, you need to pass a very difficult through through he achieved top scores in the imperial examination, which should have granted him a place in the bureaucracy. The emperor revoked his titles because of his disfigured appearance. Enraged, Song Kui threw himself against the palace door again and again until he died. As suicide, he was condemned to become a ghost in hell, but because of his score on the examinations, he was appointed as overseers of all the other ghosts. Most of the time is now spent hunting down wayward spirits, demons, and other evil creatures and keeping the rest in line. This is something very interesting about the examinations because even in the afterlife, examination exists and gods can ascend of category or descend the category because the exams. It's like there are also exams in the afterlife. Very fantastic. So you do not only suffer from exams in the present times, but in the afterlife also. If you are if you in the afterlife, if you get a good qualification in exam, you can be a higher god. If not, you will be a minor god or higher creature or minor creature. Anyway, very interesting. And here there is one of the most interesting creatures in Chinese mythology, in my opinion. That is the Jiangxi. What is Jiangxi? Jiangxi, sometimes called a hopping zombie, was known through ancient China as a reanimated corpse that would hunt and seek all living creatures in an attempt to kill them and harvest their qi, loosely translated as life force. The nickname hopping zombie was assigned to the phenomenon due to the corpse being too stiff to bend any of its limb and thus resorting to jumping with arms outstretched. Here and in this game, it's the Jiangxi is reset in Qing dynasty clothes, used like Jiangxi in Jiangxi. Jiang, well, it is like this. It is very cool. I like that creature a lot. Okay, three last gods, and then or art. Zhongli. This one I don't care much. I think this is the god of fire. Yes. Zhongli or Zhurong is a god of fire and warfare who rides a giant tiger into battle. He has a son, Gong Gong. You remember Gong Gong is in some versions one of the three Augusts or three sovereigns, a sea monster and troublemaker. Gong Gong exploded to take a throne, however, from Sangdi and Zhongli, his father, donned his armor and mounted his war tiger to stop him. He and Gong Gong dueled for many days in the heavens, and finally Zhongli smote his son down to earth. Furious at his loss, Gong Gong bashed his head against the pillars, which held the earth in place, and Nuwa has to fix the wall with the help of the great turtle Ao. Zhongli, victorious, ascended back to heaven as the god of fire and lord of the south. Here you see a picture. Zhongli, Ao Quan. Ao Quan, the dragon of the west, dragon god of the eastern sea. So there is one dragon god for each cardinal point. So there is one for the east, other for the north, other for the south, other for the west. Let's see what is it. A dragon Ao Quan is the lord of the eastern sea. His three brothers, Ao Qin, Ao Run, and Ao Sun, rule the seas of the other cardinal directions. He and his brothers are stricter rulers, and Ao Kuang's many ill-reputed sons cause their share of mayhem on earth. Over time, this built him a following of fearful subjects eager to appease him. He maintains a vast collection of heavenly weapons and artifacts in his grand undersea palace. This appears in the Journey to the West, and Sun Wukong has some contact with him. Ao Kuang's reputation made him many enemies, perhaps the most notable of which was Neza, son of the military commander Li Jing. When Ao Kuang demanded a sacrifice of children to eat, Neza begged of his minions and killed the dragon King's son, Ao Bong, and Ao Kuang fled to the Jade Emperor court to plead for vengeance, but Neza followed him there and beat him severely, ripping off scales and drawing blood. Ao Kuang then took Li Jing and his wife of state in exchange for Neza's life, and Neza committed suicide to placate the dragon. Well, this is not important. I want to talk more about it now. There is one more, but this one I'm going to leave it for later. You will understand why. Some of his stories. So you remember, for example, Budai. Who is Budai? It is the fat Buddha or the Laohin Buddha. This is not exactly Buddha. This is a Buddhist monk that was kind of deified. In Japan, he's called Hotei. Semi-legendary Buddhist monk that is the fat Buddha and the Laohin Buddha. Buddha of happiness, image of excellence of the Buddha Maitreya, the Buddha of the future. So you know that it's called Budai or Hotei. Hotei, it is the same. Hotei is the Japanese name. Then another thing, you remember, for example, Hua Mulan. It's based in a poem. It is this woman who goes to war instead of her father. For me, the best movie is this one. I love this movie. And this movie, for me, the best are this movie and the Disney cartoon one. I haven't watched this one. Looks nice design, but overall, for me, the best is not this one. I haven't watched that. For me, the best is this one, definitely. And in fact, I think I can put a trailer or something, because if you watch it, you definitely should. Hua Mulan 9. Trailer. It's fantastic. I love this film.
将士永不屈服，绝不退让。身后就是家乡，我们也要拼死守护它。今天，我们将血染沙场。
看呐，这是军令！
将军可以叛我，士兵可以弃我，但我花木兰绝不背叛国家。
You know, if you can watch this film, please do it. It's one of my top favorites. Love it. Love it, this movie. Okay, more things interesting. There is a story called The Butterfly Lovers, a tragic romance between Liang Sanbo and Su Jingtai. They fall in love, but Su was engaged by her fathers with a merchant. Liang depresses, falls ill, and dies. Su is sad for the wedding, and the day of the wedding, a wind takes her to the tomb of Liang. And then the tomb opens because of storm. Su enters to reunite with Liang and dies. Then a couple of butterflies arise from the tomb and flies away. A very beautiful story. I made music based on this. It's also very personal story for me. Other thing, I'm talking now about mythology and letting some things for later, but soon I'll continue with art. I just want to say some more mythology. A lot of light. It is the sun. Anyway, most important is that you can hear me. Okay, four great beauties, four ancient Chinese women that were famous because their beauty. They influenced over kings and emperors, affecting the history of China. They had kingdoms to their feet, and their lives ended in tragedy. These are Cixi, Wang Xiaojun, Yao Chang, and Yang Weifei. I think the most famous, and this is the reason why I know about this, is Cixi. Just something interesting that you can read. Now, there are some stories. I'm going to talk about these stories very quickly. The ugly concubine called Madame Liu. Madame Liu was very ugly, but an expert in beauty made her very beautiful. She became cruel. She tried to make the emperor fall in love, but then she lost her beauty because she was so cruel, and then she was executed for lying. Another story, Miss Mudan, the prostitute that became into a deity. Miss Mudan, whose natural smell was like flowers, he lost the virginity with Liu that wanted to smell his her armpit, but he started like what does that leak. He was licking his breast, and then they had sex. Mudan was very arrogant. She'd say that Buzetian, this is an empress. Later I will talk more about her. Buzetian from the Tang Dynasty. She said Buzetian say to the no, how do say so minions. I don't like these subjects. I like subjects better. To lick the genitals, but she will be greatest. The merchant Chen, the merchant Chen Hua, licked his ass, and she had, let's say, delicious gas, and he licked stronger. Mudan tried to seduce a Taoist monk, but he ignored her. She was concerned naked. At the end, the monk says that she smells to flower because in her other life she was a flower, but she has been reincarnated into a prostitute. And he said her that he can teach her to go back to the sky. Mudan mocked the monk, and the monk slapped her, slapped her in the place of the slap in the face, and she got an abscess that got worse every day, and the men rejected her. She ended being a beggar, And when she met the monk again, some things happened. She followed the monk. She learned to be like a good person, and at the end, she became to be a fairy of the a flower fairy of the sky. So I have said that Busetians say the subject to lick their genitals, and this actually there is a picture of that or a painting. Um, I don't want to write explicit word um, just in case censorship, but genital. Let's see. Busetian genital lick subjects painting. Please don't show me anything. Okay, for you to understand, just imagine the queen in the throne with the legs opened, and she said to the subject, "Come and lick." Just imagine like that. I remember a painting like that, more like a fresco, not very explicit. I would like to show it, but I can't find it, so just remember that. Another story, Han Xiangji and the paintings. A noble Kyle Lai, to celebrate his 60th birthday, he challenged artists to paint something in a screen. Screen is like Piombo is the Spanish. Uh, so this is like Chinese screen. It's not a screen like a screen of the computer. So say to paint something in the screen, and he didn't like anything. At the end, some dragons were painted, and Han Xiangji jumped to the screen, and he went flying in the painting dragon. That is very funny. Table of the Eight Immortal. Later, I will talk about the Eight Immortal, and this is why I let this goddess for the end. But I say the table of the Eight Immortal. The table that they had was very small, so they went to see the painter Buddha Ozi, who painted a very big table that was made reality, and so they had a good big table. Okay. Last thing I'm going to say, and then I continue with art. So there is this book that is called Shanghai Jin. It is a very interesting book. Even if you don't read it, you can just have this book to check the illustration. In fact, I'm going to open it and even a fragment just to show it. It is mythography. It is like mythology, but in geography. It talks about mountains and the creatures that are in these mountains, and it is all magic with very weird creatures. It's very funny to read. It is called Shanghai Jin, the book of the mountains and seas. Mythological geography with plants and creatures. Plants and animals that when you eat them, they heal you, they heal you or poison you. There are also magical plants, of course. The animals make the noise just like their name. So, for example, if an animal does a song called Yue Yue, then this animal is called Yue Yue. I just invented it, but you understand. There are mention about the fish person related with the koi fish. I discovered this fish koi, kind of important fish for Asian cultures, also Japanese. Um, there are also mentioned plants that you eat them and they remove your stupidity. So you are stupid. This is a good remedy. Also a funny mention of a creature that tries to drink the Yellow River, but he dies of thirst. Okay, I'm just going to an extract so you can see how this book is. So you see there are these creatures. You see, it is description about the geography, or it is mythical geography and description of this creature, and there are a lot of illustrations like this. There are very weird creatures. You see this one. It's fantastic. I love it, this book, even if just for the illustration. See this with wings. You see, this one is very weird. Okay, so this is an interesting book that you can check. Okay. Now, I'm going to continue. When I in art, when I reach the 8 immortals, then I will talk about this. I'm preserving that one. This, yeah, the legendary period. This is you the Great. Pictures like this. Maybe I should. Okay, I'm going to put this even in Hermod. China, mythology. Because this picture is very good for the because the Fuxi and Fuxi no was it is 1 3 Augusti Fuxi no once. I want a picture like that, but it's going to be because I will like one without the text of Age of. You see this nice. This also has the body of Serpent. Well, I just open. Because I think that this is, and I want to put something with um the three the 3 August. Fuxi, Nuwa, and Zenon. And then another this. To the great. So I have the feeling that this is too big. Just 30 seconds. because I want to keep the stroke. Then I continue. And by the way, mostly I already talked about all mythology except the eight immortals, and then I will talk about the four classics of literature, including The Journey to the West, and something about Tibetan myths. Yes, this is why you did. Why the great and do the great. Yeah, artifact. Okay, continue on sang. They made objects and bronze sculptures, among many vessels, weapons, jewels, and other artifacts of various materials as jade and ivory. The motive of Tautie is very important. It is a tiger with a human. It's fine, okay. The Tautie, you will see. It reminds to the Mesoamerican jaguar altars, like there is a in the Mesoamerican there was a human coming out from a jaguar. In this case, it is a human coming out from a tiger. This is the Tautie. It is not eating, it is more like reincarnation, more beneath. Tautie. And uh, different. text. So, this created a great decorative style. It is the time where Taoism and Confucianism appear. The Tao tea is a symbol of fertility, representation of dragons. Tao tea, I say, for Chu. Excavation in the Chu tombs made interesting discoveries as sculptures, jade discs, musical instruments, and lacquered works. They made all this access. This will add two. One for the soul, another for the two. I am going to this. Want to add. I want this character and oh, then another one for the remember that in these times China is like a state, it's not an empire. There's the mythical dynasty. These are more like the most powerful clans. Let's say it is now with the Qing when it is unified. Qing Emperor Qin Shi Huang unified China. One. Now the introduction is Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang. What are words appear here? The Great Wall. Uh, Lemon, oh, hey, hello, Lemon, welcome. Check for How are you? Very early in the morning for me. What about you? Great wall built with the available materials of the surrounding of the construction. It had a length. I think this happens. I also had this problem with strength. Length. It had the length of over 4,000 kilometers and it was built to prevent attack from the north. General Mengtian was a military man very important in the construction of the wall, and he even invented a unique style of calligraphy. Okay, so now some pictures of the Great Wall. I just say in advance, there are not many Chinese art is going to be mostly painting. There are not many buildings and also not many sculptures because they were made with materials that Paris, like woods. Like for example, when later I talk about Chang'an and such, the buildings are going to be models because the original buildings were made with wood, so they were burnt, and that's why they are not compared. So this is going to be very interesting when I talk about Japan, because in Japan there are tons of temples and castles and such, but in China there are not much. Really well. Mausoleum and Terracotta Army. The mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang is protected by over 7,000 figures of warriors of real size, wearing armor and weapons. The tomb hasn't been opened yet, and original sources from the period, from historian Sima Qian, say that it has rivers of mercury and traps and crossbows. So it's very cool. I'm going to put picture, probably one or two. So you see here the whole. I'm going to put two pictures, one big one, like panoramic, then another with more close-ups, the shoulder. Dakota Army. And another one. I'll just there you see with the faces are individualized, like they are not copy paste. They are like very unique. There are also horses and weapons. Very, very like normally they had these kind of figures in the tombs, but in small size. But this emperor wanted them to be full size. So that's it. Let's see what pictures add. I want to add one with bodies. I think it's going to be this one. Then I want one with faces. Be this one. Okay, let's see if I find a tomb of Siwa. Let's see if there are some like 3D representations. So it should be something like this, but it is not excavated. For now, there are only 3D representation of how it could be. I watched a documentary and it's very interesting. Let's see, so something like this. You see here it will be a tomb, and then the around it will be like um, a map of China, but and the water is not really water, but it is mercury. Okay, good. Bronze mountains you see and mercury rivers. I'm going to put this as possible representation. It is not true 100%. This is not, but it is how it is believed to be. One of Ang- okay, Han. Here we already start with some more interesting things. And this is a period of peace and prosperity. Buddhism was introduced, painting and reliefs were made in a sense of solemnity and moral virtue in sanctuaries and offering chambers. This is the classical era of Chinese culture. Calligraphy existed since the beginning, but here it is developed. Calligraphy, poetry, and painting are united in the art of prose. This is the classical period of Chinese culture. Wu Han. This emperor breaks the isolation and created the Silk Road, a trade route, industrialization of the silk production, and in the 18th century it will be very important for tea and porcelain. Emperor Wu of Han. Emperor Wu of Han. Lion of Po or Lion of Fu. I'm going to uh, Lion of Fu. Iconography associated with Buddhism. This is the Sakya lion from the capitals of the Indian columns. I'm going to show a picture of the Indian columns as Amba. You can recognize. You see like this lion, and now when I put a picture, and symbolizes the protection of the palace. It is also called Lion of Po. It is this one, lion, similar lion to that. Lion of Po. Oh, and I want to put a picture of the Silk Road. That is in Silk. Tombs of Han, funerary chambers with reliefs and paintings in the wall. The tombs are in Chang'an, current Xi'an. Remember, Chang'an is the main capital of Chinese Empire until the Yuan Dynasty. Yuan Dynasty is when the Khan, like Genghis Khan and Kublai Khan, conquered China. So it is like a foreigner dynasty. For now, the capital until that dynasty is Chang'an, current Xi'an. Mingqi. Among the objects, these little sculptures are found in those funerary chambers. The name means object of another world. Now you will see very interesting. And this is the Mingqi. Many pictures. One for paintings and one. See? Oh, this. I think I'm just going. And under Mingqi, these ones, these ladies, this. More examples of Mingqi, this. Example, comics like this. No, the architecture mode. with architecture models. These models are also found in the funerary chambers. Prince Liu Sheng, what? And these models are also found in the funerary chambers, and they replace the real constructions in the other world. You remember I said the real constructions are lost because they are made of wood, so they are lost with time. So at least we have these models. Prince Liu Sheng made with hut, with jade, boss and Lu incensory with shape of mountain. The first one was found in some of the previous prints. Did be disc and crossbow. I'm going to separate this. The two models. Impressive. One is more impressive. I'm going to put this. The models are amazing. I love them all. I feel tempted to add all three. Uh, Edit this. I put and I put the other piece. There two tools. Prince Liu Sheng, Jade, Boss and Vincent, sorry, one. Then B disc and crossbow. B disc and this is the this incendiary burner. Bronze. This is bronze. This is the one with shape of mountain. These are the BDs, and these are the crossbow. Crossbow. I remember this from I Red Cliff movie. It's like they are archers and then they invent the crossbow. It's like the crossbow is the bow for the stupid because it makes shooting much easier. I'm going to see if I can put this Red Cliff crossbow because it was very funny. Red Cliff film. I don't think I'm going to. It was really really. It's like what is the? And this is a crossbow. You can put the arrow, then just shoot with this like shoot with this. Well, it will have like this like guns like uh like before something like this. Just imagine like this, but it's a crossbow. Funny. I think you can imagine, but I want to show you something like, okay, something like this. You see there is the thing here, so it's like you put the arrow and then you click and then the arrow will shoots and then it's other people. Oh, this is fantastic. Now we don't need strength to throw the arrows. It is like the crossbow is the bow for the stupid. That's very funny. Um, and here painting. Okay, I put this. Um, First prince. Later I will mention we again when I talk about the four classics. Uh, Prince, you, and then actually soon I will talk about that because next period is about Boss and Louis Sensor with the shape of a mountain. The first one was the boss stories. Uh, this other the B discs. These discs were also used well in a small shape and made of jade. They are made like because I remember I watched a movie about Confucius, and it's like if you receive a jade disc that is broken, it means that you must go to exile. And then if you receive a jade disc that is full, so it's not broken, then it's like you can now return. I think maybe I can jade disc. Well, this is the kind of jade disc. Want to Well, just trust me. That's all. With these two incensaries, going to add one disk. I think this. Oh, and in fact, I could put this. I think it is obvious that this part in the upper part is a decoration because I have put B disc before. Um, where this that is clearly a disc. So I hope it doesn't lead to confusion that B disc are also like this mostly. Uh, I think I'm just going to put both just to avoid weird confusion. So this is the Bosan Lu incense stories. Bosan. One more. Disc crossbow. This disc, and the where it in the crossbow. I'm thinking in adding another page for sculpture. I am adding so this. I'm going to add more sculptures. This, and then there was a dog. Then there was a okay, I know why. Maybe it is too much, but uh, here I'm going. Minchi can hotel leader culture for the camera leaders culture with else. Prince, and then I miss the crossbow. Foreign states. They are entering Viking. I will put Casey, the main painter of this period. He was painter, poet, and calligrapher. He wrote 3 painting treatises. Painting in this period was in silk rolls, like scrolls. In images, I added 2 images for each one of the paintings he made. The titles are Nymph in Luo River, Wise and Benevolent Woman, and Admonitions on the Interests and to the Court Ladies. Okay. Because as they are scrolls, I can't put the full painting. Casey, so you see how are they? Nymphs in Luo River, wise and benevolent woman. Most His most famous paintings are Nymph in Luo River, Wise and Benevolent Woman, and Admonitions of the Instructress to the Court Lady. The nymph nymph wise woman. And I'm going there is going to be a lot of pain. Just people. Later paintings. They have a few. This remember that these are fragments. Nymph in Luo River. Nymph River. Who so I think this is the first time I'm adding paint. Wise and benevolent woman. And these admonitions of the fourth lady. Architecture, most of it is lost because it was made with wood. Chang'an. This was the capital city of the empire, and the shape of the city is associated with yin and yang, and with the mythic red bear, dragon, white tiger, and turtle. Second image is a palace of. Okay, this is something I forgot. I'm going to say it now. It's called. Okay, it's like the four symbols. Four cosmological symbols, and these are going to send to four cosmological symbols are the azure dragon, one other one is the black tortoise, other one is the white tiger, and other one is the vermilion bird. These are like the most important symbols. here. For the 4 cosmological symbols are the azure dragon, the black tortoise, the white tiger, and the burning and turquoise with all of them. Pure dragon, Vermilion bear, white tiger. Ancients, mythical, like this. Four cosmos, and this is okay. So two, one for the Chang'an, another for the temples. The cosmos. First, I put the Chang'an. And then the other thing, the four cosmological symbols, I think are by who tiger. Four cos white. Uh, now back to three kingdoms, three sovereigns, and six dynasties. This is a period of instability after the downfall of the Han Dynasty. Their sovereign three sovereigns emerged: Wei, Shu, and Wu. The Jin dynasty tried to unify China again, but the barbarians of the north took advantage of the situation, and thus emerged the period known as of Sixth Dynasty. With the coming of Buddhists, the art in caves, similar as in India, happened here too. Okay, here I'm going to talk, just for context, about one of the classics of Chinese literature, that is the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Historical novel ambience in the period of the Three Kingdoms, that is period that happened between the dynasties Han and Tang. The Three Kingdoms are Wei, Shu, and Wu. And then there are many episodes like Rebellion of the White Turbans, tyrannic rule of Dong Zhuo, conflict between warlords and nobles. Sun Tzu built a new dynasty in Jiandong. The ambition of Liu Bei, the Battle of the Red Cliffs. Liu Bei conquers the province of Qi. Death of Guan Yu, Battle of Xiaoding, campaigns of Zhuge Liang, and the end of the kingdom. So it is a very long book. It is mostly about battles, but I want to just rescue a few episodes. At the beginning, well, here's the main character. Liu Bei is the ruler of the kingdom of Shu, his second kingdom here. Sun Qian is the ruler of Wu, and Cao Cao is the ruler of Wei. Liu Bei had as allies as Guan Yu and San Fei, that they made an oath to be brothers until death in the garden of the fruit, I don't know, of the peaches. So they maybe I can find a picture. Liu Bei peach oath. So it's something like this. Liu Bei, I suppose it is this, and this is Guan Yu, and this is San Fei. San Fei, this name that appears later, I think, in other story. San Fei, yes. Later, you remember, because San Fei has a very characteristic face. It looks like a panther. You will later, when I talk about another book, you will see the relation. So you see, this is Liu Bei, this is Wang Yu, and this is San Fei. So another, you see, Liu Bei, Wang Yu, San Fei. Very easy to recognize it because Liu Bei is like the ruler, very calmed. But the Wang Yu is like very big, very powerful, very strong, and San Fei, it's very easy to spot because the face. And when I put trailer of the Red Cliffs movie, you will see better. So then the Sun Qian, that is the ruler of Wu, and Cao Cao, the ruler of Wei. Cao Cao is the one who wants to conquer everything. So another important generals like Zhou Yu or Zhao Jun, and the strategist Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang in the movie of the Red Cliff is like the most intelligent of all of them. And well, at the end of the book, it's like the Jin dynasty conquers everything, and at the end, it is formed the Tang dynasty, and China is reunified again. So, Three Kingdoms map. See if I can map. So you can see here, Wu, Su, and Bei. So Bei is from the realm of Cao Cao. Then there is Liu Bei who rules in Shu, and Sun Qian in Wu. So then they both make alliance to fight against Cao Cao, the ruler of Wei, who wants to share everything. I'm going to put a trailer for that movie. It is There is the director cut, call it like that, is 5 hours long, but I highly recommend to watch it. It's mostly about war, obviously, but it's very good to watch and a lot of visual representation. You can understand more the character. It's very nice. Red Cliff trailer. Mm. By the way, I hope the sound, the computer is. That is Cao Cao.
In a country shaken by years of civil war,
This is. I'm going to be
a
pausing
powerful
so you
in a
can.
country shaken by
understand
years
the
of civil
characters.
war,
This is Zhuge Liang. That is the intelligence strategist.
a powerful
This is Cao Cao, the ruler of the Wei Kingdom,
warlord's quest for
who wants to
domination
conquer everything.
threatens all who stand in his way.
This is, I don't remember the name of this, but this is one of the powerful generals. There are two powerful generals. Let's see if the other are short.
Now, the destiny of an empire and the fate of
Cao
millions
Cao.
will depend on the fight
This is
of
the
a
other.
few.
This is one Yu, but for another another.
The fight
This. Yes, this is the other general. There are two generals that are also fighting. It is the previous one and this one. This is one Yu.
of a
But it is
few.
one Yu is performed. Well, the one for me, Wan Yu and some Fei are very well portrayed in the appearance. But the other extra generals are the best fighters. I love. So this is Zhuge Liang, strategist. So the Battle of Red Cliffs is more like a naval battle. This is Zhuge Liang, who is predicting the weather. Oh, and here appears here this is Liu Bei. If I remember correctly. So this is one. That scene was awesome.
From legendary director John Woo. Comes a new epic like
Oh,
no
here. You can see the face. This is Sang Fei. You see how is the face, like with the hair like this, with the eyebrows like this, a lot of hair. It is very well portrayed. Remember this because I'll talk about another character that is based on this. So it is like the panther face.
epic like no other.
Another general. This is one of the generals that are very good at fighting. This is the Zhuge Liang. This is the wife of the other general.
Red Cliff, a John Woo film.
I want to. I. Just very.
The destiny of an empire and the fate of a few. a John Woo Amazon and
So this one that appears in the miniature, that one is also an actor also. So this scene is wonderful. That's what I do. You see, it's amazing. The back one. This is the back one.
曹军入购，这八卦阵一点都不过时。
This is Zhuge Liang. This is one of these generals.
列阵。
Zhuge Liang who got the idea to do this strategy. This is Wanju. I want to show for Wanju fights. This is Wanju, and I want to see if this is one of the generals. Oh, this is the Sanfei. You see. And this is the other general that I love how he acts. This general is fantastic. Like best Martian artist in this field. Liu Bei pretty much don't really combat, and Cao Cao also don't combat. Let's see Cao Cao. Just the last fragment. I want to show how Cao Cao is. This is
苦多，悠悠鹿鸣，食野之苹。我有嘉宾，鼓瑟吹笙，何时可多？不三杂，何
okay. I think it's enough about this period. I'm going to continue with art. Calligraphy. In this period exists the... Oh, well, no, I'm not going to continue yet. I'm going to talk about another book. Another two books. I'm letting the Journey to the West for a bit later. But then, another classic of the Chinese literature is Water Margin. It is based in the deeds of... how to say this? Outlaws. Of the outlaw Song Jiang and his 108 companions, 36 celestial spirits, and 72 earthly demons. This group acted in the region of Huainan and surrendered to the government of the Song Dynasty. Song Dynasty, I'll talk about it later. It's later. They earned amnesty, like they were forgiven. So there are a few characters related with this. I just tell a bit about characters and showing pictures. I already mentioned one, that is Song Jiang. Song Jiang. Story figures that ended being the leader of the renegades of the outlaws. He armed a rebellion against the Song dynasty. Well, I don't have visual reference. Another one is, well, the last one, later. The Panther one, Ling Chong. Ling Chong is the Panther head. It represents Tang Fei. You remember this man before with the a lot of hair, the eyebrows like that. Ace and head like a panther. He knows martial art, and he's excited. This is Japanese art, but so you can see better. Another one is Lu Xishen. Lu Xishen. Very known about this is a monk, and it's like he's very powerful. For some reason, he's very powerful, and he can break trees like this. Lu Xishen, the flourished monk, great protagonist. He's safe, very strong. He can cut the trees from their roots. I don't like this representation much, but this one, I in my memory, I would remain this. And then other two characters that are related with another book also. That is so cool. Yes, it is. Two characters that they are Boson. Actually, I don't know if it is Boson or Buson. I think it's Buson. It is Buson. Sorry. Here, Buson. Buson, student of martial art that specialized in the Chuo Jiao. He fights with a stick, just similar to the Monkey King. This is a Japanese representation, so this one is Chinese. This appears in correctly. He kills a tiger, and he's the husband of Pan Jinliang. And now this is the good one, Pan Jinliang. Pan Jinliang. This is the prototype of the femme fatale, like the evil woman, villain, prostitute. She is married with Buddha Lang, that is the elder brother of Bu Song. But Buddha Lang is ugly, so Pan Jin Liang is unfaithful with a guy called Ximen Qin, and both kill Buddha Lang. So Bu Song discover about this and kill both of them. This story is related with the book Jing Ping Mei also. There are two versions of the story. So there is one version, this in the Water Marching book. Then there is another book that is called Jing Ping Mei. I'm going to write the title. Jing Ping Mei. This is describe the sexuality more explicitly. Jinping Mei takes the name from three female characters, and these are Pan Jinliang, Li Pingke, and Pang Chunmei. The story is centered in Ximen Qin, you know, the man that appeared in the other story. Ximen Qin is a man who wants to escalate in society, but he's corrupt, and he marries with many wives and concubines. Pan Jinliang seduced him, and Ximen Qin killed the husband of Pan Jinliang, that is this Bu Dalang. So there are domestic and sexual fights among the women. So I suppose this is good representation, I guess. I haven't read this book because it has been very hard to find it, but it sounds fun. And also, it's not really mythology, but it's a classical, a Chinese classical, so I think it must be interesting. And then a last book I talk, and then I continue with art. This is called Dream in the Red Pavilion, or Dream in the Red Chamber. Dream in the Red Pavilion, or Dream of the Red Chamber, or Dream of the Red Pavilion. This is a beautiful and tragic tale of a love relationship between Jia Baoyu and Lin Daiyu. Human passions where sweetness and cruelty are mixed, and it shows the chiaroscures, like the lights and shadows of the society and the culture of the Imperial China. There are many characters. Yeah, about Yu is the protagonist. Lin Yu is his sister, cousin, and his true love. There are many cousins, family members, and such. It's like a love plot. I haven't read it out, so I just checked it and check it a bit. And the reading style is very good. I recommend it. Reading this book is also very long, but yes, just this is another of the classics of Chinese literature. There is one more classic, but I will talk about that a bit later. For now, I'm going to continue with art. Okay, I am in the Three Kingdoms. Calligraphy, 1cc. Calligraphy. In this period existed the calligrapher 1cc, a master. There are various styles of calligraphy. It is called the art of prose. Art of prose. I'm going to add this one because calligraphy I already. This one. Soon, when I start talking about the tank, then I will talk about the last classic of Chinese. This is one. Also, my Chinese pronunciation is not very good, but I think it's Caves of Mogao. It is a complex of nearly 500 caves in Dunhuang with a lot of Buddha sculpture. Caves of Mogao, this is awesome. Characters, calligraphy, the art of prose. Maybe I should add one picture of this. I already Caves of how many pictures of this. Here, Caves of Mogao. Not sure how many pictures, but for all probably. Because there are many. This is a more because Probably that is. I'm thinking what picture. This big one. And then one with paintings. Either ones. Want to add this and the other. I really like and visit is some Caves of Longmen, a complex with more than 2,000 caves and nearly 100,000 Buddhist images, including the cave of the 10,000 Buddhas. But it's very small. It's this of 100,000 Buddhas. It's like very small ones. You will see it's like in the wall. So it is like this. So I think they count each one like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Also has man interest. This one is Caves of Longmen. Now some pictures. obviously. This one. 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 Next one. Caves on Jungang, a complex of around 50 caves with more than 5,000 statues in the tomb. Caves. Uh, Pumping bases, literally soul bases, a funerary clay urn found in tombs, especially in the Jin Dynasty tombs, usually decorated with Buddhist figures or architectonical models. This is the home bases. Are very cool. I want to put all of them. Are this, this, and I think it's the same. It's not the same. Um, us. Sui. This dynasty started with Emperor Yang Xiang. He created a channel system that united rivers Huanghe, Wai, and Yangtze. It is interesting also by the ceramics of a characteristic green color. Emperor, channel, and So then the super and also this channel. It's good to put the pictures of the emperor because the painting. And then one for the comics. Then the almost. Tang, yeah, one Tang. This is one of the most important periods of Chinese art in the Tang Dynasty. There are many important things happening here. The landscape painting started and poetry reached the peak of all arts. It began with Emperor Taizong along with his wife Booth. The capital city is Chang'an. Mahayana Buddhism is the influence, especially because Buzetian orders constructing Buddhas in these caves. I don't remember if it was this Buddha or another Buddha, but she ordered constructing a very giant Buddha sculpture caves. Dyson and Buzetian, pictures of both. Um, because Tang Dynasty. and the other booth. Give me a Shanghai Sun and Booth design. Ceramic figures. Painted with colors, perfection, and expressiveness. Influence of the old Meiji. The riders are playing the polo, a sport. There are also figures of musicians, traders, and women of the court. Mirrors, a luxury item essential for the women of the court. Ceramic plates with 3 colors, Sankai and flower motifs. Golden bowl with shape of lotus flower. You see here examples of figurines, course. You see, these are the dancers, the musicians in horses, traders. Here with the camels, court woman, mirrors, ceramic plates, golden bowl, a lot of things. I mean, a lot of pages for these themes. Probably 5. I think 5 would probably less, but because there are a lot of. So one like this. Dance. Musicians. I'm going to add the couple of musicians in horse. Give the courtesans this um like the emperor had just for context, the emperor had one wife, maybe 2 wives, and then many women that are the concubines. It's like mostly for having sex. To add 2 more. Mirrors. Ceramic plates. And the gold. Okay, I put the pictures. With the golden bolt, up to you. Lot of tongue objects. This and the hand are the ones or in then the others will have more porcelain. Gold is important because like monks and such have this in stuff. Seems Islamic figures. Figures, mirror, sun, podcast, Islamic and now painting. This is going to be long part. Painting, landscape painting, and also aristocratic representation. Calligraphy is an essential part too. Wen Renhua is the kind of painter that was more interested in personal expression and knowledge, more than the representation of beauty. Two kinds of landscapes, done with ink and water and done with colors. Landscape as vehicle of expression of poetry. San Sui is the kind of landscape that focuses in the representation of natural landscapes using ink and water instead of conventional paint. Art of prose. Like this. Tan Siqian, painter under the Sui dynasty, probably the first landscape painter of the world, working in spring. This okay, I'm going to put this because I want to show the instruments of painting. So this is calligraphy, but instrument of working in spring. Working in yeah, still go. So I got keep the by. I'm thinking because I want to keep the order in everything. Let me a moment. Give me a second. I think I never. Okay, no. I'm going to. Oh yes, I put the names with not with painting, but just with sculptures. So I don't just for the sake of continuity. Jing Hao, painter and theory of painting. And the three rules are the Yuan distances, and there are 6 principles from the Taoist aesthetic that the Benronhua must follow. Mount one. You see, there are a lot. Why they appear. Mount. Another Buddha C. 87 celestial persons. Same painting detail. I think it is like this, but it is very long, so I just white. Because if I put this, then well, been so long, so to include it. I think it's going to be the same this because I just put it. So what I'm going to do is painting and detail. The text. And 7th Buddha. If I remember, Buddha 3 appeared in. Yes, the story, the table of the 8 immortals. The table that they had was very small, so they went to see, and they went to meet the painter Bu Daozi. So this one. So he painted a very big table, and it became real. Very interesting that painters are also included in mythological stories. Okay, next one. Handgun, rider, horse, names of paintings. Rider, hands. I remember when I was searching for all these paintings, it was very, very hard and also hard to find information uh, about the painter. Jan Liben, Emperor Taizong, 13 emperors with details. Emperor Taizong receiving the emissary of Tibet. Taizong, if I remember well, is the second emperor of Han Dynasty, and he appears in the Journey to the West book. And on Elhai, do you know the Kalimba? I love this instrument. Yes, I know the Kalimba. I don't have a Kalimba, but yes, I know it. It's very nice. Emperor Taizong, and this the scroll of the 13 emperor. These are tales. Taizong receiving the card from Tibet. Emperor. So this is like inputted. Well, put full one. I'm going to do like the other. I put the full one just to see that it is very long. Then, as here I have more space, I can place. This is the same, but by the degree. And Emperor Taizong receiving the Empire of Hagstrom is the best music with a cal. Hagstrom is like a group of music. Python. And They cartoons and music from. What do you mean by that? You mean it's like a music track? TV, sorry. Okay. Music from Survivor Mode. Lethal Down. Impressive details. Walking at the mountains in spring. Journey of Emperor Ming Wanzhou. It is Spain. Okay, I'm going to this painting here and Lethal. Walking. Spring. Journey of Emperor Ming. You can search then on your browser. Yes, but better I search in other moment. Same with Chinese, I don't want to put non-Chinese things in this moment. Walking in the Journey of Emperor. Ming. Hold up. This one. Soon orbit journey. Just when I finish with Dongjuan, River Xiao and Xian, 2 details, Mountain Dongtian, wintry groves and layered banks. One of the best painters. I don't want to put all the paintings that appear for all the painters because then it will take forever. This one. And then the river like this. Perfect. So this mountain yan, and the other is river. Oh, okay, last one. Tang Xuan. Courtesans preparing silk with the tails and spring in the this reconstruction of the customs. I'm going to eat something. See you soon. Sure. Enjoy. Yeah, I got. I was the same. I want to put the big one, but courtesans preparing cereal, details, and another one. This is spring in the tank. Poetry, very important. With poets as Li Bei, they made this calligraphy by him, Du Fu, and Wang Wei, among others as Bai Yuyi, Kui Hao, Meng Haoran, and Zhang Yuping. I read this poetry and it is very beautiful. And I have a picture. I should have it somewhere. I it. Give me a sec. I want to find. Uh, Like it is play or but it is this one. Probably it's do. But it is not this one. It is more like this one, but I think this but better quality. It is not that. I'm going to show it, but I printed and saved it like this. I don't know if you can correctly. I like that this, and I had it saved somewhere, but I forgot. Info is the so Levi, Dufu, and I really recommend you to read this poetry. Is very beautiful. Now some buildings. Pagoda, building of various levels, built mainly with wood, where sacred relics were saved. They are very strong structurally due to the dugong. Pagoda of Songyue from Wei Dynasty, Pagoda for the Wild Goose to save Buddhist greetings. This is Pagoda. This is the Dugong. British. This is the Songyue Pagoda. And this is the Wild Geese. Probably one for the dugong and for the like basic drawing of and now the dugong then uh Songye and This one is perfect, except that it is going to find this picture, but bigger. It's perfect because I don't have to cut the borders. Will the song? Yeah, I'm going to use put file. Japan, we will see many more pagodas. Mon Buddhai temples, Buddhist temples with the typology of homes. For Wang, for images, Yadong and Wen. Wang, Xiaodong, Wang, Xiaodong, and Wen. Wang, this one has many keys. Over in Xiaodong, is Tiantong. Ensu, anything. It is master. Um, I one is Islamic mosques, a mix between Chinese style mainly and Islamic style. Mosques of Huaishan, Xi'an, and Hangzhou. And Hangzhou. One is total Islam. So different. The Mosque of Xi'an, that's for see what doesn't really look like a one. Mosque of Han. one. Great Buddha of Lesson, Aratsu, and I actually this picture is it's very very big. And let's see how I put it. Sorry for the it's amazing. Oh, okay, I'm going to put this just because it's very quick, and then I talk about your Liao. It was a foreign dynasty that ruled great part of the Northeast Territory, Pagoda of Jingxiang. One of my favorite buildings. This pagoda is amazing. Fact, I'm not going to put so many pictures, but there were some few pictures. This this many details. Is made of wood. Want to be another of the interior. And another. I will put this. In here the details, and here the okay. Now Journey to the West. Journey to the West is based in the Tang Dynasty times, so it is previous. This because this was the I put this. What is Journey to the West? Is the equivalent of the Odyssey here in Europe. Journey to the West, the plot. The Buddhist monk called Xuanzang, also called Tanzang, it is because the Tang Emperor Taizong, the second emperor, gives this kind of surname or nickname, or also called Tripitaka. Tripitaka is the name of the sacred Buddhist scriptures, sacred sutras. So this Buddhist monk called Xuanzang or Tanzang or Tripitaka goes from Chang'an in China to the mount where Buddha is living in India to recover the sacred scriptures or the sacred sutras and expand them in the East, because it is said that in the West they are very intelligent, they are very wise because Buddha is living in India in the West, but the people in the East are very ignorant because they don't know about this scripture. So Buddha says to the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara to go to the east and find someone who is worth enough to do a journey from the east to the west to get the scriptures and then take these scriptures to the east. Among his disciples, there are Sun Wukong, that is the Monkey King. Then there is also Su Buneng and Sa Bujing, and also Julong. And more help from the skies, from the Jade Emperor or the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. The Bodhisattva helps many times. Well, not many times, sometimes, but anyway. So they leave Chang'an with the blessing of the Tang Emperor, and in the path they will find a lot of monsters and dangers. The monster will always kidnap the monk, and then Sun Wukong and the others have to rescue. Like the monsters want to eat the monk. At the end, he's always saved, and at the end, they reach the west. They meet Buddha, they receive the scriptures, and then they return back and spread and come west. So some interesting characters or celestial characters appear. The Jade Emperor, appear the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, also Lao Tzu, if you remember the philosopher Lao Tzu or Lao Tse, and also the Dragon Kings. So some interesting characters. I'm going one by one from the members of this kind of fellowship or company, but I want to see if I can show some image. Journey. Was this TV series or? Oh, this is a TV series. Okay, this picture can be okay for now because it shows all the characters. Are these? So this is the monk. This is Sun Wukong. This is, I suppose, Su Buneng, and I suppose this is Sabu Jin. And the horse that is too long, but I think this picture can be better. Okay, so I describe Xuanzang, also called Tan Sansang or Tripitaka. This is the monk that is chosen by the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara to do the journey to the west. He is sent in this pilgrimage by the Emperor Taizong from the Tang Dynasty. They go from Chang'an in China, and at the end he becomes a Buddha. So the monk is this. This is the monk. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. This is Sun Wukong. I talked about him before, that he has this kind of stick that is magic because he can change the size. But the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, has a very funny story, and in fact he's very funny in the book. The first part of the book, I absolutely love it. I just tell. Sun Wukong is the king, the Monkey King, the beautiful king of the monkeys, the great sage, Sosia of the skies. I don't know how to translate Sosia. They look like. Not sure how to translate this. Well, it's a title. And he's also called the Pilgrim. So called the Pilgrim. He was born from an immortal stone formed by the primary forces of chaos. He has his clan of monkeys in the cave of the Water Curtain, so he's a king. But he realized that they all died, so he wanted to have immortality. He went to learn martial arts and secrets for immortality and such with a monk called Bodhi, and he got his weapon, this stick. It is an iron stick with golden borders that he can change its size at will. So he created some problems in the sky, in the heavens. Like he's very, imagine like a small kid that is not evil but is like stupid and creates a lot of problems. So it is like that. He eats the peaches of immortality. He eats the pills of Lao Tzu, that are also for immortality, and they capture him. It is extremely hard to capture him, but at the end he's captured. They put him in. They try to kill him like with weapons, but they can't because his body is super strong. They try to burn him in a special oven, but he don't die. He's impossible to kill. And at the end, Buddha uh, imprison him under a mountain. So he lives in a mountain for over 500 years until he is liberated by the Tripitaka, the monk, and he becomes his disciple. He's intelligent but very violent. At the end, he also becomes a Buddha. He and Tripitaka have many fights because Sumbukon is very violent, so he's always killing the people. And then the monk says, "Why are you killing? You should not kill. You are too violent." And in a few occasions, he says, "Go away. I don't want to. I don't want you to come with me anymore." And then Sumbukon says, "But I should follow you. The Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara said me to follow you. I must follow you to reach Buddha." And the monk is like, "No, you are too violent. I don't want you to follow me." But at the end, as Sumbukon is the most powerful character of the journey, they need him to beat out the monster. So they do together the travel. Then, who are these other two characters? This pig is Tubuneng, also called Subadye, the pig or the idiot. He has an insatiable hunger and he likes sex very much. He's very how to translate this? He's very or base clumsy. Not sure if this is the perfect word for that, but anyway. He was exiled from Sky for sharing experience with goddess Chang'e. Chang'e is the goddess of the moon, so he had some. Maybe he wanted to have some sexual fun with her, and then he was exiled. In Earth, he was married with a human, but that ends. And there is a plot in there, and he's always not exactly fighting, but he's always discussing or arguing with Sumbukon. He's like saying like, let's say that they are not especially good friends. And then the other character is this one, Tabujin. He is also called Bonzo. I don't know if Bonzo is a sport or whatever. He's called usually like Sa. He's a river ogre. He is trustful and relaxed. He was excited from the sky for breaking a Siwang vessel, but he doesn't really have much protagonist. He's like, for example, when Sumbukon and the pig are fighting, then Sabujin is like, "Don't fight, stay quiet, don't fight." So something like that. And then the last member is the horse, but in reality, it is not a horse. It is Yulong. It is the third child of the king dragon of the Western Sea. He was condemned to death, but the Bodhisattva saved him. Saved him, but he must be the horse of Tripitaka. In the story, they are going into a river, and then the dragon eats the real horse, and then they discover that this is the monk that the dragon must follow to the west, and then the dragon becomes a horse. So he doesn't talk much. In an occasion when Sumbukon returns to his place because the monk says, "Go away, I don't want you, you are too violent," then the horse is like, "The monk is in danger, I must go to find Sumbukon and ask him to return." There is a TV series, I think it is this one. I haven't had time to see it. I would like to put some fragment, but all I know is that it is very good. I think it is this one. The characterization is very nice, especially for the monkey. I heard it is very good. that the actor of the monkey is wonderful, but as I say, I haven't had time to watch it. I'm going to see if I can put a fragment or something. Journey to the West. It is completely in YouTube. You see this one. When I have time, I want to watch it. There, all the episodes are here. I don't want to spoil myself, honestly, but Journey to the West trailer. Maybe there's a trailer. Wait, Journey. Let's see what year is this. West is this one trailer. Don't want. Yeah, I won't. Okay, I'm going to.
Are we good? Fantastic. Nostalgic vision. In any other adaptation.
See. Monkey King is played by actors in live whose father and grandfather both received fame for their performance and the Monkey King on stage.
Like, how did they even find this guy? Music, costumes, see, if you're looking for a monkey king who's also capable of being very much human at the same time, it cannot get any better than this. Like, how did they even find this guy? Music, costumes, scenery? What can we say? It is a good show. So basically, this is what it's all about when the Buddha decides to put forth the test of perseverance, integrity, and self-worth, which means a journey of thousands of miles on foot to acquire a collection of sacred scriptures. A group of 4 individuals from 4 different walks of life with really different motivations and goals are assembled and determined to complete this mission. We have the Monkey King, who no one in the group listens to until they get in trouble. A young Buddhist monk, the least skilled, the least experienced, the stubbornest, but gets to be the leader anyway because he has a good heart.
让他上马，为师与你们一同步行。
And sometimes he's just too good for his own good. He also takes everything for granted and, kind
I
of...
want to say something. It is like all the companions of the monk are ugly, and they explicitly say this all the time in the book. It's like there are sentences like, you are the monk and you are very beautiful, but your disciples are extremely ugly. And then they answer, yes, we are extremely ugly, but we have powers. So it's very funny.
of a woman magnet.
来，你干嘛老躲着我呢？
公主，
Piggy, the one with no qualifications and whose purpose is just to confirm the fact that they would not last a day without the Monkey King. And lastly, we have Sandy, who just kinda has to be there because someone's gotta carry the luggage.
打点行李。
And it can't always be the horse. Now, needless to say, this is a very dangerous journey with demons and monsters lurk everywhere waiting to capture the young monk. But since all of those demons and monsters turn out to be the pet of either an immortal, a deity, or a Buddha, and help is always only a cow jump away, the monk is never in any real danger. I mean, except here. Now let's say something about the production itself. So this is a drama that took so long that even some of its leading actors got bored and gave up halfway, which explains why this guy is kind of clueless sometimes, overly happy for no reason sometimes, and downright boring some other times. But anyway, overall, this is an adventure that proves diligence and persistence conquer all, and a little bribe will get you what you want in the end.
没有礼物，这经卷还传不传的？是啊，还传不传了？
Seriously, how is this happening right under the Buddha's watch?
Okay, so I think this. Yes, indeed, the monkey looks very cool. How he acts. Overcome. I want to see more. Okay, let's see this It reminds me to Gollum. Like Frodo and Gollum.
咱们上去吧。这才扫一半儿，你试试，我来啊！不用。爸，师傅。
爱情似曲浓收
师傅，你坐好了。
唯独梦深何日丧？
师傅，你怎么了？啊？
只是
南师若有邪念，死无葬身之地。哎，师傅，我，哎呀，不行不行，哎呀，
春季红颜老，花落人亡
我老子也成功了。
花落人。
I want to see a scene of him fighting. But I don't know if I can find this. Well, I suppose watching the series is going to. But I think that the a good summary. Yeah, it's the 4 hours already. It's going to take long. Okay, I continue. Song. Culture reached a new level. It began with Emperor Taizu. Remember the capital city is still Chang'an. Emperor Taizu. Nice hat. Jin Sao Fa-si, an architecture treasury written by Li Jie that describes the techniques and materials to use in Chinese architecture. Pagoda Liao Di from Kaiyuan Monastery in Dingzhou to preserve Buddhist readings. And Pagoda of Kaifeng in Henan, also known as the Iron Pagoda because its color. And the treaty. This is Pagoda of Liao Di and Pagoda of Kai. Probably this stream is also going to take 6 hours. See this. But with mythology, I have already finished it, almost. I only miss talking about the 8 immortals, and that will be very soon. Remember, I let one of the goddess in the pending list. And I want to add another picture because the landscape of this is very nice. But I want to add this one just because the buildings around it. Pagoda Liaki. And Pagoda of Kai. Now painting, obviously. See how many painters. Was see early spring, autumn in the Valley River. It is going to be mostly paint adding paintings because it was extremely hard to find information about these painters. I remember I even had to search in Chinese. So it's very hard. Was he? Yes, but I think the early spring, in the battery. River. On the other thing. One. Along the river in Qingming Festival details, it shows a lot of Chinese society. Yes, this is another super big painting. It is extremely long and impossible to put here, so I will. I wonder. One, King. See how big it is. Outside. Okay, this close up, very nice quality. Let's see how long. Very nice with the buildings. It's amazing. Obviously, I could just put some details. These two. along the river. Lichen, solitary temple among peaks, forest between faraway peaks. Painting. Yes. Between and are movie Fuchang, Wanjin Monkey and Crane. Wanjin Monkey and I remember well one of his Wanjin, if I remember where is the voice at. Yes, it's another name for Olokiteshvara. Yankai Levi received poem. More reflect. More painting. To invite for a buy receipt. Phantom is the is a autumns appear before. Mm, Yes, Van CC by and Swan. Going to put full Phantom, autumn shadow in the mountain and walking among it is autumn, so in time, um, walking among walking. Oh, this one. Tianshuan. Wang Sisi, Emperor Taizu playing Kuhu, Jiang Weifel mounting a horse, swelling up the golden month of date. Ready. It is this painting. Kuhu, the football. Jiang Weifel horse. Both are on. Jiang Weifel, Weifei. Jiang Weifei. This Jiang Weifei mounting. And this one. Dwelling at the Holy Mount. Bodhisattva Lokidetvara one. And Arhat or Rohan Tamrabhadra, he reached the Nirvana. Bhagavad is finally the last part of the song. Porcelain, great development and many types. Jinsi, divided into 5 famous skins, Rook, Wang, Ge, Yun, and Din, each of different characteristics and for a determined social class. Yue for the sea, Jian for Buddhist, Long Longquan, and Siso for the use, maybe invasive. Probably Porcelain. Rook. want to add one. Um, okay, now put the names. Things. Things. Two. Since one. Fue Your porcelain, Gian porcelain. Gian bowl. Other long one. One. Yes, it's so. I'm going to have a break. Uh, Almost 5 hours. Going to take 10 minutes. I'm going 10 minutes of it. I need a break. I expect at least 7 hours for this week. Longer than I thought. It's Immortals is in the Qing dynasty. Yeah, okay. Now, one. But I take a break. I'll be back in 10 minutes. So yeah, in 10 minutes I'm back. Okay, give me 5 minutes or less, and I'm back. Sorry for the time. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the long time, but I drank a coffee and I had some talking. I really needed that break. Let's see how long. 5 hours and 20. I want to check. So it is missing the yuan, the ming, and the qin, and then other places. And I think also about contemporaneity a bit. Other places in Southeast Asia, I mean. but it is. Okay. I continue. Yuan, this is the Mongol dynasty. China was more open to the West, and decorative arts developed in an industrial direction. The invaders, led by Genghis Khan, conquered the different tribes. In China, his grandchild Kublai Khan will rule. This is his Khan, I suppose. Khan, and this is Kublai Khan. Khan, Kublai Khan. Genghis Khan. And Kublai. Beijing. Now the capital city changes from Chang'an to Beijing. He established the capital city in Beijing, called Kambalik or Kambaluk by the Mongols. It is a city composed by two parts, a square and a rectangle, whose most important buildings were made in the Ming Dynasty. Marco Polo was here, and it is said that the man who did the project was Islamic. Marco Polo is this traveler from Italy. Marco Polo. Okay, so Beijing, this is you see in the folder, it is mostly paintings. In any implants. White Pagoda in Beijing, also known as Miaoying Temple. White Pagoda is this one. I'm going to see if I can. White. Porcelain, centered in the province of Jiangxi, influence of Persian blue, made in vases, among others, with this characteristic color. Last image is the Qing Zhongbai bottle, white with blue shadows. Porcelain. Oh, this is the bottle. Kim Jong by Kim Jong. Okay. Then porcelains. The John porcelain is very beautiful, very blue. Dragon and then one. Uh, this brown porcelain. Now painting. Liu Guandao, Kublai Khan hunting. The four masters of Yuan Dynasty are Huang Gongwan, Bu Zhen, Ni San, and Ban Men. Other painters are Zhao Wenfu and Gao Kekong. Painting of this period is pretty much imperial. Kublai Khan hunting. You dog. Wang Hongwan, he rejected the conventionalisms of the academy of the moment. He used dry bruises, Fuchun Mountain. Painting extremely long. Wang. They do this in Sunday. Fuchun Mountain. Details. Zen, naturalist, symmetry, balance, central mountain, bamboo, hermit fisher in Dongting Lake, fisherman. See what this. Probably I will. Central mountain. And then the fisherman. Hermit Fisher in something. Nathan, specialist in pink yuan landscape or landscape of plains, a kind of distant painting without characters, only nature. Six gentlemen, bamboo dwelling, distant color. I want to. Going to put only like the one. This one also has the 6 men. And this is good. One man. He contrasts with the others because he used great masses of textures. Gets Sichuan relocating, forest grotto in Yuchu, reading books under the pines with reading books on with R3. Grotto. And put that I studied because in university the Chinese painting was not, and like for exam was not as long as for this because there are so many names and so many things so good that I did this by myself. I can enjoy but not need to study everything like one of get unrelating bank forest, proto in two. And last one, reading books under the pines. I think only 2 painters meet. Tao Men Fu, autumn colors, sheep and goat, old tree and horses, elegant rocks and scattered trees. Autumn colors. Goat. Goats. Old tree and horses. Goat. Old tree, horses. Elegant rocks and elegant. Gauke Gone, hill that rises to the green and white clouds, mist in the mountains, peaks sur. Sure if I can. Is how it's surrounded by build that rises green okay. Finish it with this is all. Have more plates enough. Ming and Ming is mostly the Forbidden City, and obviously, and then King is porcelain and a lot, huge lot. Ming. It was the restoration of a Chinese dynasty after the Mongol period, cultural expansion. And who is the dynasty? Mongol. Uh, size. Mm. So if I put this in Google, so Forbidden City, Beijing. This is the most important architectural complex where the Ming and Qing emperors will live. Its name in Chinese is Tiancheng, that means Purple Forbidden City. Purple is reference to the polar star, the home of Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor. The forbidden thing is because none could leave or enter the city without permission of the emperor. Among its many buildings, maybe the Temple of Heaven is the most famous, used to adorate spring for good culture. Good. It's extremely hard to find pictures of the Forbidden City without people, but I'm going to search. Let because I want to show. Not going to put whole document. I just want to put some
Durante más de medio millón
fragment of this with the just so you can see how is this complex without so many people like these are the concubines arriving.
Entre ellas está Yegenara, de 15 años de edad. Debe despedirse de su familia ante la imponente puerta meridiana, pues los súbditos del emperador no pueden acceder a la ciudad prohibida. Yegenara cruza el umbral del Sancta Sanctorum del Imperio por primera vez. Entra en un extraño mundo mágico. En su camino cruza uno de los 5 puentes sobre el río de las aguas doradas. Pasa ante los espléndidos palacios imperiales, hasta cruzar la puerta que lleva al centro de la ciudad prohibida. Aquí se alza majestuosamente el Salón de la Perfecta Armonía. Es el centro del mundo. La visión es sobrecogedora. Sin duda, esa era la intención de sus constructores. El tamaño de las plazas, la simetría de los palacios, el juego de colores. Todos los detalles de la ciudad prohibida tienen un objetivo superior. Su arquitectura esconde un código espiritual que solo se entiende observando detenidamente.
That is what I wanted to say. Because you will see now all the pictures that I add are flooded with people, and I really hate it. But it's what it is. Very hard to find pictures without people. Those 5 pictures because there are many important. General. I put all the pictures first and then and Gate of the Divine. Those and many. I'm not going to put everything, obviously. So I want to put the, the other gate. So where's every card? More. River of golden water. Palace of the Supreme Harmony. Your Palace of say more a lot of pictures. It is the only architecture, almost the only. Except some pagodas, it is almost going to Temple of Heaven. all of the ones guardian and find what the wait a second. Now uh, Gate of Divine Harmony. Throwback. Gate of the Tower. This is the River of Golden Water. Palace of Supreme Harmony. Vault. Imperial Vault of Wall of the Nations. Now porcelain. Bukai, 5 colors, and Dukai, crystal blue, and other colors porcelain. Bukai, now paint. This is going to be the longest since I'm still with Ming. The school Daijin. Very landscape. And file. Travelers. Not sure if I'm gonna They are monk. Traveler. Or going to be super long. Fourth ladies of the watching making the bride's call. Logo, all time. Watching the spring and leaf. Cleaning after the snow. Dongjiang School with more painters, obviously. Then those who Bei and Chen. Coordinate with this lofty Mount Loop. The wet on Bay. Red grapes. June. Mountains in you see not much information. Here, okay, the last one. Songjiang School, Dongti-chan. That expression and distortion. Landscapes. In the manner of old man. Eight use 8 since autumn. One, two. Landscapes. Eight scenes in one. Okay, I need a bio break. Give me Oh. Okay, contested fine. Working, is audio working? Is audio working? There was Qing. It is a Manchu dynasty that continued with the traditional forms. It began with Emperor Kangxi that lived in the Forbidden City in Beijing. Economic control, trade with porcelain and artwork. Orthodox painter. As I said, now it's mostly painting. Orthodox painters. These painters follow the tradition of the old masters. These are the six masters of early Qing. Yun Ping, Wu Li, and the four Wangs. Wang Ximing, Wang Jiang, Wang Zhuangqi, and Wang Hui. Um, Probably I won't put titles in these painters. It's pretty much generic titles. Like it is the name of the flower, so they are very this paint very. I think this one. This. Then another one. White. And this is Ping. Is Jung so big. Uli. This one, and unless you search in Chinese, it's very hard to find. Uli. Uli. Bang. Bang Ximin. Bang Juan Qi. Juan Qi. Bang Jin. Bang Jiang. Bang Juan Qi. Individualist painters. These painters do more experimentation and look inside them to express their feelings and thoughts. Original styles, expressionism. Tu Da, Si Tao, and the Eight Eccentrics of Jiangsu. Wang Xizhen, Huang Zhen, Li San, Jin Nong, Luo Bin, Gao Xian, Zheng Xie, and Li Fangji. Tu Da. Lotus and Si Tao. This one and this one is very interesting because how it is. It's in Chinese. Fancy. And It's wants this one. Here. Yeah. You know, I really like. You know, is one. Whopping. Going to add. Ocean. The eighth here, the eight eccentrics are associated with the longevity, admired ancestral. This is related with the Eight Immortal, a group of deities that were born between the Tang and Song dynasty. I'm going to the eight eccentrics are related with the eight immortal, group of deities that were born between the Tang and Song. They are the authority is the great is T1 Mu, the mother queen of West. Their home authorities. Their home is the Kunlun Mount, the Celestial Kunlun Mountains, a magic place where the pitches of immortality grow, and the 8 immortals are Song Li, Chuan, Cao, Wo Jiu, and Yangzi, He Xianggu, Li Wai, Zhang Wo, Lao, Lu Dongbin, and Lang, and Kai. Wang Mu, the mother, queen, queen mother, the queen mother of the West. And then the 8 immortals are Song Li, Fan, Wo Jiu, and Si Angu, Ety, Tang Po Lao, Lu Dongben, and Lan Kai. I'm going to, well, this is the last part of the mythology that remains. Then, but moment I'm going to format this and then I put a picture like this picture. This I thought it would be victim. Maybe I start 8 mortals. If I found another picture, fits with the style or 8. In this. So who are these? First, I must talk about the last god that is missing. Um, it's Ivan, this one. A better picture. Angmu. Very beautiful. I like. And you see that she has the peach of immortality. So, who is this? The Queen Mother of the West. No one knows her beginning and no one knows her end. Sibang Mu is a goddess of great power and one of the oldest in existence. She lives in Mount Kunlun and is matriarch of the West. She has a counterpart, the Queen Mother of the East, and both are attested in Sank Oracle bonds. And so, she once guarded a vial of the elixir of life, which she granted to Hoji the archer. Remember, Hoji was the husband of Chang'e, the goddess of the moon, after his banishment, so that he and his wife Chang'e might live forever in peace. Sadly, Chang'e drank all the elixir and ascended to the moon, leaving Hoji behind on Earth. So this is related with the 8 immortals. Who are the 8 immortals? A group of deities born in the Tang and Song dynasties. They achieve the final immortality thanks to the Tao, the spiritual immortality. So then there are the 8 ones. I put the picture. I open it. Putting back. Only Chuan is the leader with beard and the naked chest. He has a hand fan. Immortal represents longevity. He discovered the elixir of life thanks to the peach of the tree of immortality. Then Cao Wo Yu is the one who has tables for writing. He's old with beard, patron of actors and theater. Han Xiangzi is the young man with the flute of jade, patron of musicians. He has flowers of peach flower. He Xianggu is the beautiful woman that sustains a lotus, representation of summer and fecundity. Li Tiuwai, he has not a thing that not sure how to say. It's like his leg is broken. Roots, not sure if it is correct word, but he has a crutch and well, I forgot this word. A pumpkin and a pumpkin. A union of sky and earth, and sometimes as a kind of fog. Tang Wo Lao is who hits a tube of bamboo with 2 sticks mounted in a white mule, and he can take this mule or donkey and take it as if it is paper and save it in the pocket. Lu Dongbin has his sword of power in the back to use it against the monster. He kills the yellow dragon. And Lan Kaihe is the bearer of a pack of flowers. She only has one shoe, patron of the florist, and a beggar, and it is not sure if he or she is a male or female. So, well, these are the 8 immortals. The last part of mythology. Now let's see if I can finish. Shanghai School, a traditional art school that was born in the end of 19th century. It breaks the tradition of Chinese painting, improving it. Wu Changshuo Xiao Xiqian, Ren Ji Xie Xiliu. I'm feeling this is going to take 8 hours or probably even more. Very long. School of Shanghai. Only 4 paintings. Period of painters. 1, South Zhejiang. Renji. Once Jesse. Here, this one is beautiful. Okay, this for painting. Wu Changsu. Wu Changsu. South Zhejiang. Renji. And yeah. Porcelain. In this period, it produced all kinds of objects, exportation to Europe and America. One Yao porcelain was used by the emperor and his family. Min Yao porcelain is the popular and exportation one. Various kinds as Erkai, Dukai, Bukai, Fahua, Jinkai, Tibor, and Maping bases. I'm going to add a couple of pages and this mostly then porcelain. Chinese garden. It has its origin, the enjoyment of landscape. Gardeners spot a nice natural location and then they close it in a square. Maybe they added some bricks or some building, but the plants were the same. This is based in Taoism to let nature flow and don't alter it. There is predilection for some plants as plum blossom, bamboo, or peach tree. Due to the inevitable passing of time, only Ming and Qing gardens, like for example the Suzhou Gardens, in this is where there are many gardens from the Ming period, as the humble administration garden, lingering garden, and cultivation garden. Jujuan Garden, it is in Shanghai in a part of Yangtze River. And Sumer Palace from Qing Dynasty. This is one of the most amazing complexes of the country. It combined various functions as politics, administrative, residential, spiritual, and for resting. It is auto-saving, so one moment. And this is the last part of the team. Now other places in Southeast Garden. This one. This is the humble administration garden. Versus garden. Garden. Any amazing one word. Garden. And that's all. Um, I'll try to put. Picture. Southeast Asia. Approaching to the end. Here I'm going to talk about a few other countries in South. Thailand. Timai, similar to the Angkor Wat of Cambodia, it was also done by the Khmer people with the same use and symbolism. These Hindu temples are a representation of Mount Meru, the sacred mountain. Okay, Timai. But Chevathala, sorry, but Chaivathanaram, Buddhist temple built by King Prasad Thong, designed at Khmer style with the same symbology as the previous one. Wat Phra, also called Temple of the Emerald Buddha. It is the most important temple in Thailand. Is this one? I love this one. You see this sculpture. Let's see how it is, because this one deserves money pick. the door with this. Also this. This one. In reality, this more than Chinese. It is Indian. The influence is clearly Indian, but in India I also added another country, so it's like. Also, it's very obvious for previous construction. But or temple of the reclining Buddha, it symbolizes the Bodhi tree, the tree where Siddhartha Gautama reached illumination or enlightenment. It is this, but here is very. Good path. The reclining Buddha is very unique. Then the what more? But in Tharavihan, it has a statue of Buddha of more than 30 meters. This one. So the stuff of Thailand, but in Thara. Grand Palace of Bangkok, built by King Rama I, the first king of the Chakri dynasty. It includes the Emerald Buddha Temple mentioned. Oh. Yes. Vietnam. Imperial City, Hue. It is a walled palace in a citadel built by the Emperor Gialong, and Tomb of Dai Ding built for Kai Ding, 12th Emperor of Nguyen Dynasty. It is in the Chao Chu Mountain near Hu. This is the Imperial City in Hue. I'm going to assume 3. One for exterior, one for interior, and one. This is picture is in Tom of Kaidin. It is Buddha Dordema. There was Bhutan. Buddha Dordema. Use this. Myanmar. The Swedagon, a religious complex where the Swedagon Paya is found, surrounded by other temples. It has 100 meters and it's covered with gold. It contains some relics of Buddha, and in the top there is a crown with diamonds and rubies. This is also amazing. This Swedagon, probably two. Amazing. This is complex. And just put this one on probably this complex. Very funny stuff. Myanmar, that one, and the probably I wrote it wrong. Beta. Singapore. Tianho Keng, also known as the Tianfu Temple of Chinese style. It was built to worship Mathu, the Chinese sea goddess. There is also a Buddhist reliquary dedicated to Guanyin. Remember the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. And Sri Veeramakaliamman, an Hindu temple dedicated to goddess Kali. That is the same, but the Avalokitesvara. No, the goddess. Sorry, I confused it with Kanu. Goddess Kali, yes, is Hindu goddess, built in the style of the Gopuram of India. Probably I'm going to Tiangong. is the one that is. Yes. Okay. Google Pictures more like this. And this the Sri Veeramakaliamman Hindu temple. And that is like in whether I put this one. This. This is that this is this is oh, my brain is not working properly. Sri Veera. Malaysia, close to the end. Malaysia Kekloksi, I love this building. It is a Buddhist temple. It includes the pagoda of Rama VI or pagoda of the 10,000 Buddhas because it has a 10,000 Buddha sculptures inside, made of alabaster and bronze. Buddhist and Chinese rituals are united. It has many pavilions for veneration with statues of Buddha, Bodhisattvas, and gods. For this one, probably I'm going to add many pictures because I totally love it. Probably 3. This is dynamic of the complex. But favorite is this with the lights. It's just wonderful. I'd love to be here experiencing this. You see this Chinese, Thai, and so probably even 5 desert. This is in Malaysia. Uh, this guys, sorry about my brain is tired. Think properly. 20 hours. See, I want to this on the book. This figure of the one gene stuff. This is the Bodhisattva. And now I'm going to add this and this. So 2 more. This and this. Okay, gonna big. Contemporaneity. Finally reaching the end. And 8 hours already. The longest, even longer than India. This is going to be my record. Contemporaneity. End of imperial era. Dynasties are over and China is more open to Western influence. Great period of wars, First and Second Opium Wars, Reformation of Empress Cixi, Boxer Rebellion against the foreigners, Chinese Republic, the Emperor stays in the Forbidden City, and Popular Republic of China with Mao Zedong. Some of the most impressive modern buildings, and is now adding just pictures of buildings and the Sun and Moon. Tiger and Dragon Pagodas in Taiwan. Taipei 101 in Taiwan. It's okay to put it. Tiger, ants, dragon, pagodas. One. Okay. Tower of Shanghai, Harbin Opera. National Stadium in Beijing, Hangzhou Congress Center, Tianjin Binghai Library Stadium. This one is amazing. This library is also National Stadium of Beijing. I'm letting the coolest one for the end. Hangzhou Congress. In and Hangzhou Library. This one I want. It's fantastic. I want to visit this. Put only interior and the best library ever. All the Tianjin Binhai. Tianjin Binhai. Last one. Wat Sampran in Bangkok. And the Mahanakhon skyscraper in Bangkok, both in Thailand. The Dragon Tower, it's awesome. The Wat Sampran. It's then one more. It is the Mahanakhon. It's also very, it looks like a video game. But and Mahanakhon. Mahanakhon. By Upper Bangkok. Mahanakhon. I need it's finished. Now just adding the names of the artwork, and then I will play my game, the artistic adventure in the map of China. By the way, I'm going to bring the book list. And then it's finished. It's hours and 10. I think I'm going to reach 9 hours. Most likely. This is by far the longest PDF I have for this kind of art videos. Hope the sound is working. Okay. I think I map Confucius, Lao Tse, Shaolin, Chinese, Mangu, Nuwa, Dragon is 4 cosmological symbols. Origins. Songs and artifacts. And summits and 2 artifacts. Now the dynasty. later I'll do the copy paste. Tuxi, Nuwa, and do the grade, yeah, artifact. Out here. And comics. Also. Cultures to now team C1 great well there army on here who comes of an inti probably unfit it is incensories or incense this and crossbow. Oh, more things obviously. Go AC and big incomes is in age age of Longman Olive age of Moonbeam 10 of 3. And Python. Mirror. It. All the pain. In um only. Well, in reality, it is the same paint. Without C should be only one. The only event, it is the same, but the event, the the oh, and Oda, the Monk, the oh, um, and um, it's oh, and this one 3 or 4. One, two. Of C and this is the same, but it's same. With what? Atba in Arhat and Badra Tinsi Ru porcelain Tinsi Tinsi porcelain Tian gold on and base one and Ulai and Beijing in and porcelain 6 you wow one percent house Nissan to and to Tao Gao Gong An Min Hu Aiden City 1 2 3 4 5 3 4 5 8 9 12 probably the other porcelain I will change 3 die probably 3 1 King Kangxi Jones King Bully TV Bang Kimin and Gangi it's um Suda um to in also in right it is um Gauss and the the portals crossing the sea put some swore south and the important gardens. Humble administrator garden. Lingering garden. So Yujuan I Ansu Palace. I'm going to place put it in my island. Or island. But in Ifan Island, Grand Bangkok, Grand Imperial fue I in Buddha Denmark Dragon Denmark Jan for 3 Vedama Kalyaman for Asia 4 or probably even more and contemporaneity. And Godas Willing Tiger and Dragon 1 Taipei 1 Tower of Sky Harvey Opera National Beijing Hangzhou Congress Center Tianjin Qinghai Library but Hana con upper this time. This is I will long porcelain. 1, 2, Whoa. Okay, so it is finished. Nothing. It saves, and I will start an artistic adventure. Then I'm going to close this yet. As I said, probably it's going to take all of 9 hours. And I think I fixed the India, but I didn't break it. I solved by 1.5. This is divided in the period. Yang Sao culture is the most ancient and continuous biblical sect, running vessels like Religion and Reality. The Hong culture is the second most ancient, followed by the Fulon the most ancient non-binary but surrounding to this world. Those two cultures are four most ancient, they both decade, standing out in the universe that Neolithic Chinese. Look, my name is Ron. I'm Fuxi, one of the three ancestral gods of the Chinese. I'm going to change one gun for movie. Sorry, Gongo. I want to put a female. One. It says, "Ayut and you the great, a pleasure, my ancestor is one. Guangzhou, one of the five mythical temples. Adios, my name is Julio. Oh, this Tao tea of the Song Dynasty. Ceramic is important in the Song Dynasty, and the Tao tea appears tiger giving birth to a teachings of the soul for the Chinese. Salud, my name is Confucius. This other is hello and welcome. Salud, my name is Klaus. To obtain a stone of the great war. Memorial of Netian Mausoleum of Peace. It's fine, but I should appear here. This is the barrier. What's ready by Amazon? Gracias. memorial of the Jin dynasty that tried unification and the Sui dynasty that created a great family. Caves of Morale. Fragment of the temples and Buddhas. Caves in Tunga. Pumping vessels. Look at these boats. Very bad today. Pagoda of the Quiet Rose, the home of some poetry. So these are Ufu, this is one way, and this is one book of Tang poetry. Poetry in Tang Dynasty is about various topics, among them royal tales, people's tales, descriptions of landscape, and manifestations of feelings. Under the Tang Dynasty arts influence. Deeply involved. The Chang'an historical city at the time. The Tang Palace. Arts flourished in China under the Tang Dynasty as the art of prose, the union of painting, calligraphy, and poetry. They founded the Tang Dynasty and reunified China after a long period of instability. This is Buddha Emperor Daikon. This is Buddha. I have great power in the Tang Dynasty and created my own story, promoting Buddhism and pursuing opposite laws. I am Empress Buddha. Thank you. See what this if test. Billion of Tang paintings. Remember, when I edited this, it's like every character is a painting, so I'm going to skip that. Top 10 of 10 painting. Golden Cross symbolizes that the painter is more interested in the wisdom and personal expression than in the representation of beauty. Tang Sui is the chromatic Chinese painting. Chinese painting is guided by six principles. T symbolizes the spirit, U symbolizes empathy, C, vision, Yin, the union with nature, E, the gross, Mo, painting, calligraphy, and poetry are united in the art of prose, being an extension of the spirit of the art. And it's one of these painted. Temples of Mount Buddha, Islamic mosque. those animals are attractive. Maybe it's because the maps are very small. Chinese Islamic relic. Mosque of... Oh, and now I'm trapped between these two. You let me go, stupid chicken. Oh no, stupid coward. Definitely I will delete some animals and play somewhere else. Okay, this is done. Yeah. This is the pagoda of I want to sleep and enter in the beautiful dreams. There's so much drinking. Money animals to money rocks. Yao di Pagoda. Pavilion of Song Painting. Okay. Pavilion of Song Painting. Right, House of some porcelain. Easy porcelains. Yeah, great. This is Yuan. To the White Pagoda of Miaoyin. It's right now. Porcelain. Connections meet the main cities and the southeast. Well, someone let me go. Okay, now I need to calm down. This is there was another entrance. Teaching the welcome to Tipping Chang, the Forbidden City, river of golden water. In Palace of Heavenly Authority. Temple of Heaven. This is the Palace of Supreme Harmony. Yin is home of Peking Cheng, the Purple Forbidden City, in reference to the polar star of the celestial system. Permission is required to enter or leave. Obtain relic of Peking Cheng. Relic of the Sea. Stone of the Pagoda of Kepler. Okay. Finished. It is finished. I'm going to finish the stream. It has been long. I hope you have learned something interesting with this. See you next time. Next week. Well, next culture is going to be Japan. See you next time.